the SSP America team, and the amazing Phoenix Aviation staff partners. Thank you so much. We're excited for travelers to dig into the bold, vibrant taste of Tacos Chiwas. And yes, you get a sample today. I'd like to do a couple quick shout outs and thank yous to the folks that were involved in this. The City of Phoenix Aviation team, thank you for championing the local brands and flavors, bringing them to Sky Harbor. Thank you so much. Our Rockstar design team at Hale Collective, Haley, Megan, Sarah, and Richie are all here, and this is all you. Fantastic job on this design. Brian Timothy, I haven't seen in the audience yet, but he is our beloved general contractor here from Phoenix and has knocked this one out of the park as well. And our all-star team at SSP America. Natalie Green has worked very hard with Armando and the brand, bringing this to life at the airport. Others behind are Melissa Gauss with our marketing team and Cecil Delaney with our operations team. Donald Durkee and Maria around here too. Long time, fantastic managers for us. Just can't say enough about them and what they've done to bring this to life at the airport. So, of course, Armando and Nadia, your food, your hearts, and your story are going to leave a mark on millions of travelers. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. This moment means more to me, to us, than we can fully express. Tacos Chiwas began as a dream 9 years ago, a way to honor my family and my roots in Chihuahua and the flavors I grew up with. We never imagined that one day would have the opportunity to share our food and our story with the world, let alone in the international airport like Sky Harbor. This location isn't just another restaurant for us. It is a symbol of how far we've come, of all the early mornings and long nights our hard work poured into every single taco, every ingredient, and every decision. And none of this would be possible without the people that believe in this vision. Our family, our team, and all of you who supported us all along the way. To Sky Harbor team, thank you so much for welcoming us. We're honored to be part of this community, and we look forward to serving travelers from around the globe with something real, something made with our heart, nuestro corazón. To my team out in the street side locations, you are the heart of Tacos Chiwas, and this success is also theirs. To everyone who's ever tasted our food and felt a little bit of home, this is also for you. Gracias de todo corazón.
Right. How do you follow that, right? No, we're so blessed. You know, it's one of those things where when Nadia and I opened up our original tacos shop on McDowell, you know, we had blissful ignorance, meaning we had no idea what we were doing, right? It's one of those things where we just imagined that we wanted to bring kind of our childhood food to people, right? That was the whole goal. The whole goal was like, man, we have this little shop that has like 30 seats, and you know, we're hoping that one day we can live off of this, right? And I still had a job at night, you know, like now that I was holding it down. In that, you know, in the last 9 years of our lives, it's kind of felt like a blur. This, you know, like I always say that coming from an immigrant family, you know, that basically is trying to figure out their place in the world, this is a big symbol of that, of just kind of our hope and our dreams, and in a lot of ways just kind of basically making it a reality that you know, our families faced a lot of kind of stuff coming up, and you know, you come up with absolutely nothing and not knowing anything, and you know, as we get here, we're still trying to figure it out. So we're just so blessed, we're so humbled by this. You know, it's hopefully it serves as inspiration for other people. Like, if we can do it, anyone can do it. And it is one of those things that we're, you know, incredibly, man, I can't even, you know, express it. Thank you all so much. You know, we love you. Yeah. Thank you.
Viva Mexico!
Thank you, Armando and Nadia. And I wanted to just have a couple of final acknowledgments. Thank you again, Scott, for identifying the very best of Phoenix and bringing it right here to Sky Harbor Airport. I also want to acknowledge the beautiful family. Armando and Nadia's family are here today with us to the left. And thank you for all coming out and celebrating this special occasion with us all. I also wanted to acknowledge my aviation team. We have Sarah Demery, our Chief Operating Officer, here with us. Roxanne Favors, our Chief Revenue Officer, couldn't be a part of this celebration. She's traveling today, but she really helped to lead the team along with Richard Graham and our entire business office to really make this happen. So my sincere thanks to them. I know the Mayor's Office staff is with us today as well. I want to thank them for joining us for this special occasion. And last, but certainly not least, I want to thank this amazing mariachi band that's been with us today. How about a round of applause for them?
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll begin with an invocation from Police Chaplain Jim Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you please join me in prayer? Lord, I come to you reaching out and requesting your participation in our City Council meeting today. I lift to you our Mayor, our City Council, and their staff members. I believe you have selected and anointed everyone on this leadership team, and for that I thank you. These are precious and willing individuals that constantly share their leadership and talents. Father, I ask you to draw the mayor and the council close to you, granting them favor. Wash them with your wisdom and discernment as only you can. And Father, I ask that you protect all of our city leaders, our city employees, thus keeping them healthy and safe. Lord, thank you in advance for your grace and discernment and love extended to all of us as a part of the city of Phoenix. To you, Father, we give all the praise and all the glory. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Councilwoman Hodge Washington will lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll now call to order the formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilwoman Guardado. Here. Councilwoman Hernandez. Here. Councilwoman Hodge Washington. Here. Councilwoman Pastor. Here. Councilman Robinson. Here. Councilwoman Stark. Here. Councilman Waring.
Here.
Vice Mayor O'Brien. Here. Mayor Gallego.
Here. Mario Barajas is with us to provide interpretation. Mario, would you introduce yourself and your team?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mario Barajas. I'm going to be serving as a Spanish interpreter along with the rest of my team, Elsie Duarte and Oscar Monroy. Now I'll introduce ourselves to our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenos días. Me llamo Mario Barajas. Voy a estar trabajando junto con Elsie Duarte y Oscar Monroy para servirles como intérpretes. Simplemente les queremos hacer saber un par de cosas. Si es que van a requerir el servicio de interpretación, como siempre pueden pasar hacia la parte de atrás en el vestíbulo y de esa manera podrán recoger sus auriculares. Segundo, si es que van a dar un comentario público, pueden presentar su comentario en su totalidad y al final el intérprete podrá interpretarles, así que no es necesario de que hagan pausas. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Will the city clerk read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G 7396 and 7398 through 7404, S 51964, 52022, 52035, 52059, and 52135 through 52177, and resolutions 22316 through 22319.
Thank you. Will the city attorney please explain the role of public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on agenda items. Comments must be related to the agenda item and the action being considered by the council. General comments that go beyond the scope of the agenda item must be made in the citizen comment session at the end of the agenda. The city council and staff cannot discuss or comment on matters related to pending investigations, claims, or litigation. Additionally, any member of the public who appears before council in their capacity as a lobbyist must, as required by Phoenix City Code, disclose this fact before addressing council. City Code requires speakers to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language, threats, or personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. The person who violates these rules will lose the opportunity to continue to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 1 is boards and commissions. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve mayor and city council boards and commissions nominations.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you to and congratulations to our new commissioners. We have some very important ones today. Please come forward for your swearing in. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of, state your office, according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Congratulations on your unanimous appointment. If you'll please go behind and thank the council. The Phoenix City Council provides an advisory role to the state of Arizona on liquor licenses, and we will go to that portion of the meeting next. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve items 2 through 29, except items 10 and 27, and noting that items 9, 11, 21, 26, 28, and 29 are as revised and now recommended for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Item 10 is Glen Rosa Beer and Wine. Why don't we hear speakers and then do a motion? We have one speaker here for this item, Zane Rahman, Zane, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor, and thank you for letting me speak over here. I will keep it very short and sweet. In that area, we have lots and lots of liquor licenses right now. There is no need for one more. It's a very sensitive area. I've been there for almost 35 years of my life, and it's just increasing again and again, and it's not helping that place at all. That's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. That is the only speaker we have on item 10. It is in Council District 4, so I will turn to District 4 Councilwoman Pastor for a motion.
Well, actually, I don't know who would be saying what the process of the liquor license is.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor. My name is Kristen Lacayo Benavides. I am from the City Clerk. This request is for a new liquor license for a convenience store that does not sell gas. This location was previously licensed for liquor sales and does not have an interim permit. This location requires a use permit to allow packaged liquor sales. The 60-day limit for processing this application is July 18th, 2025. And this particular application was posted for the required 20-day period, and the one protest letter from the speaker was received. Staff gave careful consideration to the protest letter received. However, after reviewing the application in its entirety, staff is recommending approval of the application. And staff also notes that the applicant must resolve any pending City of Phoenix building and zoning requirements and be in compliance with the City of Phoenix code and ordinances.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that is because there was a liquor license at that establishment. They're currently applying for one for the same establishment that's already been established. And secondly, the approval is because there are no any discrepancies in their background, financials, or anything else.
That is correct.
Okay, I make the motion to approve the liquor license.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez, Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 27 is the Grow Room, also in District 4. We do have several speakers on that item. Why don't we ask our police department staff to come forward, and if you could provide a brief update on this recommendation, which is recommended for disapproval, and then we have two members of the public to speak, both in opposition.
Mayor, just for clarification, would you like a staff report and introduction first?
Yes, if we could have a staff report.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Kristen Lacayo Benavides from the City Clerk. This request is for a new liquor license for a club. This location was not previously licensed for liquor sales and does not have an interim permit. The business is currently being remodeled with plans to open in August 2025. The 60-day limit for processing this application is July 5th, 2025, and this application was posted for the 20-day period and no valid protest letters were received. Staff recommends disapproval of this application based on the Police Department recommendation for disapproval. And here today to provide a briefing regarding the Police Department recommendation are Commander Shane Disotell and Lieutenant Brian Milhone, from the Phoenix Police Department. In addition, to my left, I have Nathan Watts here from the Prosecutor's Office.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Gallego, staff, and City Council for allowing me this time to come before you. When we looked at this application, we had three reasons that we decided that we would recommend disapproval. When we looked at the application, first, the signatures need to be done in a certain time period, 180 days. The signatures don't have a date on them, so we don't know when they actually were collected. We also asked, the second point was how many members they actually have. They have to have 51% of those members. During the interview process, the applicant said they had 300 to 350 members. They later sent in an email saying they had 172 members. So that discrepancy there not having enough percentage there didn't satisfy the other requirement. And the third is this is obviously a unique establishment that's asking to allow their members to smoke marijuana in private, but this application allows for the public use of or sale of alcohol. They can have events, and in those events they could have a public aspect of that. With those that cause concern, and obviously when we look at these applications, we take into account the community, the problems that it may cause the community, the city, and obviously anything members of the council. So for those reasons, we recommend a denial, and that is all I have.
Thank you so much. We have 2 members of the public to speak. We'll begin with Barbara, followed by Patrick.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Damiani, and I live in the Loma Linda neighborhood. I've lived here for the past 40 years plus. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to express serious concerns about the proposal to combine a marijuana club dispensary and liquor license under one roof in our neighborhood. The kind of operation induces multiple layers of risk, in many ways goes against the spirit of responsible zoning, public safety, and the community planning. Upon reviewing the City Council meeting agenda and the notes for the Grow Room, Mr. Davis has not provided the required and necessary documents to approve his requests. Furthermore, mixing marijuana and alcohol increased risks. Combining marijuana sales and alcohol consumption in a single location is public safety red flag. Both substance impaired judgment and coordination together, the effects can be intensified. They can increase DUIs, fights, accidents, overconsumption leading to medical emergencies. This type of combined establishment can change the character of a neighborhood dramatically. It sends the message that the city is open to high risk, high impact business models involving multiple intoxication substances under one roof. That may deter families and businesses or future investments, and it could negatively impact how the community is viewed. The Grow Room is close proximity to the many schools. As a community, we have a shared responsibility to safeguard our youth. Managing one type of regulation substance is already challenging for local authorities. The burden of law enforcement, code enforcement, and public health officials could be significant. Phoenix PD is significantly understaffed, and this would cause a manpower burden on them and may affect response time in a community when we need the police. Combine the operation in one location could create a magnet for problems, including loitering, petty crime, drug diversion, and violence. This is just
Thank you so much, Barbara. Very good, important testimony. Patrick will be next, and then we will hear from the applicant, Matthew Davidson. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have lived in the Loma Linda neighborhood for 57 years in the same house. I also have spent about 50 years in the bar and restaurant business, as well as 20 years as a captain paramedic on the fire department. So I've seen a lot of sides of this issue, and I am really worried about the connection between marijuana and alcohol, just as a public safety issue, but also this particular location is really, really a strain on egress and access to Indian School Road. If you want to go east, you'll have to go all the way down to 19th and make a U-turn around the island. And getting in headed west, you won't be able to make a left turn without going down to the next intersection, which is actually the freeway. And I really am concerned about the possibility of traffic accidents and people doing dumb stuff like driving over the median to try and get where they want to go. I've also seen the effects of alcohol over the years, and having been in the bar and restaurant business for 50 years, people just do dumb stuff when they're drinking, and the combination of the drinking and the marijuana, I just think is gonna not be a good thing for either the citizens in general or our particular neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, council members. There seems to be a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about exactly who we are and what we're doing. I don't know where it came into the public idea that somehow we are combining the consumption of cannabis or the sale of cannabis along with alcohol. We are a education group. We are members who work in the cannabis industry. We help people to set up their own ability to be able to grow cannabis rather than having to pay dispensaries money. As of November 2020, when the Marijuana Act passed, it allowed each and every one of us over the age of 21, if we so chose, to grow our own cannabis rather than have to give money to corporations. And that's what we do. We help people to set that up to be able to do it themselves in an area where otherwise they wouldn't be able to. I've spoken with Councilwoman Pastor and let her know what we're doing. And then in response to what the police are bringing up as to why they feel we shouldn't be approved, we had 172 members at the time that we took the vote. The vote was taken in October of 2024, October 19th, and we began gathering signatures after that date. That is notated on all of the meeting minutes that we provided you. So we couldn't have any of our signatures prior to that date. So all of our signatures are within 120 days of when we applied for the liquor license, so we satisfy that requirement. We also had 114 signatures provided to you at a time when we said we only had 172 members. That would be in excess of the 51% that was required. Additionally, they continue to say that we're going to be consuming cannabis in this location, and that is not allowed in our bylaws. We are only having to have a private lounge because cannabis plants cannot be brought in public. And so we need a private establishment for that, and all of the locations we've rented for our events, we have had to rent an entire space to make it so it is not available to the public.
Thank you so much for that testimony. This is in District 4, so I'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor for a motion.
Yes, thank you. I move to disapprove the liquor license.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
City Clerk, are we ready for ordinances, resolutions, new business planning and zoning?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve items 30 through 108, except for the following. Items 45, 46, 47, 57, 58, 59, 60, 65, 78, 93, and 104 through 108. Noting that items 58 and 108 are as revised. Item 66 is withdrawn. Item 92 is as corrected. And can the clerk confirm if there are any other items that should be excluded for in-person public comment?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, also excluding items 43 and 61. That's items 43 and 61.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson, Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 43 is a lawsuit settlement. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 43.
We have a motion and a second. We have two members of the public here to testify. Stacy will be first, followed by Nicole.
Hello, Mayor, members of the council. We've been here a lot lately to speak about traffic safety issues. And so when I did some digging, and I'm not here to blow up the settlement or anything, I'm here to make all of the council members aware of the fact that there was a gentleman who was hit and killed on 46th Avenue in Thomas. He was an African-American gentleman. There's a settlement for $150,000 for his life. He was legally crossing in a crosswalk, but I just want to make you all aware that back in 2019, on the Thomas Road Shared Use Pathway, in the same area where this man died, and I believe in 2017 there was a cyclist who was killed. More recently, this year, there was a motorcycle crash at the same intersection, but back in 2019, there was actually a recommendation made to the city for improvements in this area that included high visibility crosswalks, all the more better safety issues, and it would have cost the city in 2019 at that time $173,000. And I read the answer and the amended answer that the city did in this lawsuit, and it's just gaslighting. You're gaslighting people who lost their dad, their husband. You're gaslighting them, and you're saying, no, it's safe. Our streets are safe. Our streets are not safe. I do hope that attorneys continue to name the city in lawsuits. I am heartbroken that this family of this African-American man is getting a smidgen of what a lot of the property settlements are getting. So thank you.
Thank you. Nicole is next.
So I'm here to also talk about the needless death of an individual, a family man, a father, that occurred last year at this location close to 47th Avenue in Thomas. And the city did make a proposal to do high visibility crosswalks. And that's something I've been here talking about quite a bit lately, right? High visibility crosswalks. We don't know if that would have saved this individual's life when he was legally using a crosswalk, but we do know the fact that high visibility crosswalks reduce pedestrian fatalities and incidents by 40%, better than automated enforcement, which we're going to hear about later. And what we do know is that this is also an area that's been in great need for a very long time. It continues to be divested. We're 10 years after we passed the Proposition 104 to fund things like this. Nowhere can I find any funding on crosswalks. I see it on our sidewalks. Using our T2050 funds, I see it for painting street or traffic signal poles. Traffic signal poles, we've painted since 2016, over 700, but nowhere can I find anything about paint for people walking, high visibility crosswalks, nowhere. This is an insult, the payout, and this is something that we need to better understand on. It's just not anymore. We can't accept it as business as usual. Stop blaming pedestrians. We're all pedestrians at one point or another. We need to make this a priority number one, just like we do with any shooting victims. We'll go to social media and rave about the tragedies there, but this is exactly the same thing. This is violence that is needlessly done, and we hope that Streets Department is listening and council's listening, because we need to move forward in making sure that these areas for so long that have been divested needs to happen now, today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 45 is the adoption of the property tax levy for 25-26 fiscal year. Open the public hearing. We have two members of the public to comment. We'll begin with Orla Bobo, followed by Ann Ender.
Good morning. From the moment this tax rate increase was presented, city officials were pushing this as a key to fixing our fire response time crisis that's been ongoing for over 10 years. It's interesting that up until now, there hasn't been such discussion or urgency regarding this crisis. The city will be under a lot of pressure with the claims that this indeed will fix our response time crisis and that the money actually goes to the fire department. To say response times will drastically reduce to 4 minutes when they're double that is deceptive. If the city is not afraid of what response times are for each district, they would be presenting them at every public safety meeting, not to mention every budget meeting. I constantly see news stories regarding delayed response times or mountain rescues that require tremendous amounts of apparatus and personnel. This causes a ripple effect to a department that's already in crisis. I will continue to put the city under a microscope, watch every news story, read every article. I'm well aware of what the true response times are through my public records requests, although the most recent have been highly redacted on ambulance times. The fire department and the city deserves more than just a tax increase when it comes to funding public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann will be our final comment on this item.
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and City Council members, I just really want to thank the City Manager's Office, Amber Williamson, and the Budget and Research Office for their fiscal, what's the word I'm looking for? I did it again. For taking care of our city budget as well as they have. I am most appreciative of the focus on public safety. We know we have many issues, whether it be the fire department response times. We know we need to hire more officers. We need to pay them better. But we also need technology for them. And I hope that we see even more functionality out of that for our officers to be able to keep our public safe. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and turn to item 46, which is the adoption of the property tax levy for the next fiscal year. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move to approve item 46.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you. I wanted to note for those individuals who are here for the data center items 107 and 108, there is a staff report on the planning department's text amendment page, which makes some changes to that, and would encourage you, if you are here for that item, it might be worth your time to look at that staff memo. It has some items related to a waiver process and a few other changes. With that, we will go to item 47. Will the city clerk read the title?
Item 47 is for ordinance G7402, an ordinance amending ordinance G7241 to include proposed revisions to Phoenix City Code Chapter 18, Article 11, Section 18-413A, related to the requirement to post heat safety plans.
Thank you. We have several members of the public here to testify on this item. But before we do that, shall I turn to Councilwoman Guardado for a motion?
Yes. Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve item 47.
Second.
Second.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my colleagues who are working very hard on this one. We'll begin with Niall, followed by Biniam.
Good morning and thank you. Sorry. My name is Niall Bunger, and I'm the Climate Justice Director for an organization called AZAA and HPI for Equity. We are also part of the Arizona Heat Standards Coalition for the past year, where one of our main focuses is to have proper heat protections for workers here in Arizona. As someone who has spent almost half of my life here in Arizona, I've seen how our summers have progressively gotten worse. I myself have had jobs in the past working outdoors with limited access to breaks from being in the sun or even unconditioned environments inside. One of my first jobs after moving to the state, I passed out while working indoors. Heat is an issue impacted by all of us, or that impacts all of us, not just some of us. I do want to thank Councilwoman Betty Gordata for her help in for her helpful reforms being introduced today. There is still more reforms that are needed. In Tempe, where ANHPI helped push for Arizona's newest local heat ordinance earlier this year, city leaders built upon Phoenix's model by adding to the law things like anti-retaliation measures, heat protections for city employers, and requirement that contractors be evaluated for future bids based on their compliance with the ordinance and the quality of their heat safety plans. Phoenix has a huge opportunity here to lead the way on how we tackle our ongoing heat crisis. I do believe that with the proper amendments, we can pave the way for workers and employers to have more access and success to productivity, all while making sure that our workers are able to have safe work environments and be able to leave and go home safely. Please be the leading example when you return by improving the ordinance further to make sure that contract workers are kept safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Biniam is next, followed by Filiberto.
Good morning. My name is Biniam Hailu, and I'm a driver with Sky Shifts alongside with my colleague here, Filiberto. My workers and I were very excited when this council passed the original heat safety ordinance last year, and we were eager to have our trucks retrofitted in May with functioning AC. Temperatures on the tarmac regularly exceeds the ambient air temperature by 40 to 60 degrees. So working without functional AC units was insufferable and even dangerous. Unfortunately, of the trucks that I have driven since the AC installed, I count only 4 that have AC units that are actually lower the truck's interior suitable temperature. Most of the AC units, in my opinion, have little or no impact. The company has given us swamp coolers to try and help, but these aren't especially effective and only work for the first couple of hours before the battery dies. This is particularly troubling because Sky Chefs also does not allow us to keep bottled waters in our trucks, and instead has us receive waters from safety drivers on the tarmac. Without AC units capable of lowering the temperature enough, as drivers are still at risk of dehydration and other heat-related illness. My coworkers have considered recording the internal temperature in our vehicles to show the city, but we were worried we will be punished by management. I am very glad that the council is tackling this problem with the ordinance with the first set of fixes here today, and I want to thank Betty Guardado and her staff for this work. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have some questions, Mayor, for him. Excuse me, I have some questions for you.
Do you mind staying at the podium?
Yeah, please, thank you.
Yes.
So if I understood you correctly, you're saying that there is no functional AC unit inside your truck?
Correct. So we have about 22 trucks, and out of those 22 trucks, there is only 4 trucks that has working AC units. They installed some AC units now, but they're absolutely no use. They don't.
Can you explain to us what type of AC unit these are?
They have They have 2 different units that they installed recently, but they don't really work. You can feel the heat inside of the truck still with the windows rolled up, so it's pointless. I don't know what those AC units are called. There are 2 types of them. They're different. One that looks a box and one is on top of the truck, but I'm not sure what they're called.
Okay, and how many hours do you guys work a day?
8 hours is regularly, but we do more than that. Sometimes I do 18, 17, 16 hours, and most of us do the same hours, so we do work a lot of overtime.
16 hours a day, and out of the 16 hours a day, how many of those hours do you have functioning AC? From what time to what time?
I would say if we, with the new coolers that they just brought, the battery lasted for about 2 hours, and it does not help. So, but that's about it.
And why is it that they don't allow you to bring cold water into your truck?
Because they have safety drivers now. They initially they said it was a safety problem that we cannot have drinking water while driving and all that. And now they have safety drivers inside the airport providing water, like driving and providing water. We have to wait until we get one brought to us.
And how does that impact your work if you have to wait for the safety water? Like, does that impact your work, or does that work, or how many hours do you go without water?
Yes, it does impact our works because we can get dehydrated from that heat out there. Sometimes we don't see the drivers for a few hours. I mean, they'll be driving around, but they may miss you. You may not see them, or they may not see you. So that could go like 4 hours without having one. Maybe they go back to the kitchen to get water, and it takes a little bit longer to come. So it does affect us. It does affect our work, and it also affects our health, because if we're not drinking enough water in that heat, it's a problem.
So in your 16-hour shift, how many hours will you go without drinking water?
Sometimes 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes half an hour. It just depends on whether they are there or not.
And on a hot day, how hot is the tarmac? What's the degrees on the tarmac when you're driving?
It can get to 115, 120 degrees maybe sometimes. It's very, very hot.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Filiberto is next, followed by Alondra.
Good morning. My name is Filiberto Lares. I've been a driver at SkyChef servicing American Airlines, United, different airlines for about 14 years. I am the one who brings the food and drinks to the planes. I work 5 days a week from 3 a.m. to 12 p.m. Many of you may remember me from when I spoke to City Council last year about lack of air conditioning for SkyChef trucks working on the airport tarmac, where temperatures sometimes get much higher, like he said, than 110, 115 degrees. That can be unsafe working with improper AC. My colleagues and I have been fighting for years to win AC in our trucks. That's why we were so grateful to City Council for passing the heat ordinance last year, which helped get AC units installed. But like he said, not working properly. And I want to thank the council, and particularly Councilwoman Betty Guardado and her staff for considering the improvements to the law. Still, more reforms to the ordinance are urgently needed. The reality is that even now, most SkyChef trucks struggle to bring the temperature down with the new AC units. Many of the AC units just push air around the cabin. Instead, we have to use water coolers to cool down, and the batteries, like he says, doesn't work. When we brought this problem up during safety training last week, the company's safety instructor told us that technically the ordinance doesn't specify the temperature the AC has to keep the inside of the truck to be considered functioning. Many of my coworkers are very angry about it, but are afraid to bring this up.
I think we need to, if
Filiberto,
you...
I have some questions.
Okay, why don't you?
Tengo unas preguntas para usted.
Okay.
Yeah. Filiberto, when the ordinance was presented, I know that you were one of the workers that was out in front of this, together with the mayor and myself, and now Congresswoman Ansari and Councilwoman Pastor. Can you tell us a little bit about what is it that management told you about when these air conditioning units were gonna come in, or if you guys were gonna get new trucks?
The manager told me, I was loading my truck, and he went straight with me and told me, Filiberto, next May, you're gonna have 20 units for this kitchen, brand new units. They are going to start working starting on June. But what happens, what I hear, these 20 units were taken to San Francisco because they got a new contract there, and they took them to that kitchen. And we have new trucks. They just put these units that doesn't work properly.
So are you gonna have new units of air conditioning or new trucks?
We're supposed to get them, but they
New
took
trucks
them
or
to
units?
San Francisco.
Okay.
That make us so angry.
Pero les prometieron trocas nuevas o aire acondicionado?
Brand new trucks.
Okay.
And that's why I'm here. I'm gonna tell you, I'm so afraid of what is gonna happen after I come here and talk, because there are retaliations, and I'm so afraid of that. I got family, I got so many bills to pay, but I feel unsafe working on that conditions. 2 or 3 days ago, it was 115. On the tarmac, it was, I believe, 120. So I want to tell you.
Okay, well, let's talk later. I think we got agarramos ya toda la información que ocupamos de usted ahorita, pero tenemos que seguir con la siguiente persona.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, when I was in training class 3 days ago, the training guy told us that the law you guys, you pass, it doesn't say the temperature the truck has to be. They found that hole. That's why they don't care about putting good units.
Yeah, let's talk later about that, okay? Okay, thank you.
Council, sir,
Sorry, tiene otra pregunta para usted. Filiberto.
actually, Councilman
Filiberto.
Hernandez has a question for you, so.
Filiberto, I have a question for you. You just said that you're afraid of retaliation because you came here to City Council to participate in the civic process, share your concerns on the record. What kind of retaliation are you afraid of to face from your employer for exercising your complete right to come and share your concerns?
Like to get fired, and to be, there are a lot of ways to make me uncomfortable working there, like putting more work on my shift, and the worst, to be fired. Okay. That's what I'm afraid, and that's why the other people are afraid to come and talk.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Filiberto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alondra is next, followed by Maxwell.
Hello, my name is Alondra Morales Sanchez, and I'm here on behalf of my family, friends, and community, and the Arizona Worker Heat Justice Coalition. I'm asking City Council to implement some changes to strengthen and have more enforceable heat safety standards for all workers. As a daughter of an outdoor construction worker, I live in constant fear for my father's health. The extreme heat has already taken a toll on him, worsening his high blood pressure, damaging his skin, and affecting his mental health. I fear that the time that we have to rebuild our relationship could be cut short because of something as preventable as heat exposure. I know I'm not alone. I know there's a lot of people that have the same worries. And we do know that in 2024, we experienced one of the deadliest summers on record. We can't afford another summer like this without taking serious action. I do want to acknowledge and thank the City of Phoenix for passing the ordinance last year. It was a meaningful step forward, but there are still some critical gaps, as you have heard. First, coverage needs to expand. The current ordinance doesn't protect workers like my father. To truly make a difference, these standards must include a broader range of workers, including those employed indoors in high heat environments. Second, we need strong whistleblower protections. We've already seen workers like Gilberto, who just spoke, be at risk for speaking out. Without these protections, those who report unsafe conditions can suffer extreme consequences. I urge you to expand this ordinance to protect workers and give peace of mind to families like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell is next, followed by John Bauer.
Good morning. My name is Maxwell Yulin. I am a staff attorney for Unite Here Local 11. I'm also a labor representative on the City of Phoenix's Contract Worker Heat Safety Advisory Committee, which is a long name. But basically what we do is advise city staff on the implementation of the heat safety ordinance that was passed last year. So Local 11 has over 1,000 Sky Harbor-based members, and we were very proud to support the Phoenix Heat Ordinance last year when it was passed as the first step in ensuring heat safety for our workers. And the reforms being introduced today are welcome improvements. I want to thank Councilwoman Guardado and her staff, particularly for their leadership in proposing these fixes. Still, we need to do more to make the heat ordinance enforceable and effective. In the past year, a solid majority of the advisory committee members from business, community, and labor have come together to voice their concerns about flaws in the ordinance's design. As some examples of the challenges that we've identified, under the current ordinance, there are no protections for workers who speak up about violations from retaliation. There are no heat protections for city employees. There is no uniform system for filing complaints about violations with the city. And the mechanism for holding subcontractors accountable is difficult to enforce and highly complicated. Additionally, because contractors are not required to affirmatively furnish their heat safety plans, the city often lacks confirmation that adequate plans even exist until it is often too late. As a member of the advisory committee, I respectfully urge the council not only to pass the important fixes before you today, but to adopt additional reforms in the coming months to address the problems we've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. John is next, followed by Trina.
Hello, Mayor and members of Council. My name is John Bauer, and I am a Political and Legislative Action Deputy representing AFSCME in Phoenix. I'm here today to speak to you alongside fellow members of the Arizona Heat Standards Coalition, which brings together labor and community organizations to advocate for stronger workplace protections in Arizona. AFSCME represents thousands of blue-collar and administrative workers that are employed by the City of Phoenix. And we estimate that over 2,000 of these employees are exposed to heat on a daily basis, with at least 1,500 blue-collar workers directly exposed to the extreme heat throughout their entire shift, and hundreds more being exposed to heat through building inspections, important casework, park maintenance, and essential functions at Sky Harbor, to just name a few. Many of us were proud to support the passage of the Phoenix Heat Ordinance last year as a major first step, and as we learn from the rollout, the reforms being introduced to Phoenix's heat ordinance today are welcome improvements. We want to thank the council, and particularly Councilwoman Betty Guardado and her staff, for taking leadership on these reforms. But still, there are other reforms needed to make the ordinance enforceable and effective for our members and workers across Phoenix. Under the current ordinance, ASME notices a few areas for improvement. For example, there are no heat protections for city employees, which beyond what you have heard about the contractors and other employees means that there are no retaliation protections for workers who speak up about violations. There are no protections for those in ventilated warehouse spaces that are still susceptible to extreme heat. There are no requirements for departments to post their heat safety plans, and there are no requirements for additional heat safety equipment such as cooling vests, neck wraps, and other uniform equipment that can help city workers stay cool when exposed to extreme heat. While we do recognize that the current heat ordinance and protocols implemented for city employees at the department level have gone a long way in preventing many tragic deaths, we want to highlight that Local 2384 has received multiple reports of critical incidences related to heat in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Trina is next, followed by Cecilia.
Hi, thank you. My name is Trina David. I am a crew chief for a major airline at the airport at Sky Harbor Airport. I've been there for almost 18 years. One at a regional carrier for over a year, and I've been 17 years with a major airline. I know firsthand the heat crisis that it plagues the airport workers, all airport workers, not just airline workers. So you asked how hot is hot. Last Wednesday, June 15th, a week and a half ago, it was 112 degrees at 3:11 p.m. I took my heat gun out, the tarmac was 155. Our still carts are 147. We have to push, pull, and maneuver those carts everywhere. Not to mention the fuelers or the caterers that walk around in the heat with no shade, no protection, or anything else without air conditioning. We stand for long hours out in the sun to work flights. As you know, flights are very fluid. You guys are all very excited when your flights come in early, and you're very mad when they come in late. But what you don't know is that we are the ones standing out there waiting for those flights to come in or come in late. We don't have access to available shade because we need to park these airplanes and get you guys off where you need to be as soon as possible. So the heat crisis is real. Dry heat is real. It is a convection oven. You breathe air, it burns your lungs, your throat, and it bakes you from the inside out. No amount of water or hydration drink, which will bring other medical complications, can satisfy the dehydration that you feel. I myself worked over the weekend. I worked Saturday with no issues. I worked Sunday, an hour and a half into my time in the shift. I had heat-related illnesses and had to go inside to cool down. Retaliation is real. People feel threatened, terminated, disciplinary action, being marked for harassment, being monitored and micromanaged, waiting for you to slip up so you can get disciplined. I have a lot more to say, but my time is up, so if you have any questions, I'll open it up for you guys.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Yeah, I have, where exactly do you work? Who do you work for?
I am a crew chief with American Airlines. I spent a year, 3 months, 3 days with Mesa Airlines, which is now Piedmont, and I am a proud member of the IAM union.
And you said that you had a gun and it said that it was 150 degrees on the tarmac a week ago?
Yes, I can send you the pictures.
And my other question is, how accessible is water for you when it gets really hot?
That's debatable. Most of us, a good portion of us, carry our own vacuum sealed containers. Mine myself is 33 ounces, which I use every freaking hour. So I am very well hydrated. Other times we rely on the company to provide somebody to drive around with cool water or a hydration drink, because we do run out when we're out there on the ramp. Sometimes the water is not cold because they cannot chill it fast enough for us to make the rounds.
And my other question is, have you had a chance to look at the heat plan that your company, your employer is supposed to provide to you?
Yes, so when the heat ordinance came out last year, we all were really excited. We thought like, all right, this is good. Someone's finally listening to us. But it actually had no change and no impact at all to our organization because they said the break rooms are provided. However, the break rooms are a long walk. So if I'm working at the very end of a concourse, I have to make a long walk. And again, we're not out there when those planes come in or need to go out. So break rooms are not that accessible at times because we are on tight schedules.
And do you have access to a cool place, a chilling place, if it gets too hot for you?
They do provide tents on the ramp. There are some locations that have a swamp cooler, but with some spotty conditions at the airport itself, like the power will go out on the columns that it's in, and then we have to get electricians out there, which takes a day or two, or then we rent generators to go. But this is an airport worker and an airline worker. The fuelers and the caterers do not have access to what we have access to. So, I mean, to us, we're spoiled because the fuelers and caterers don't have shade, don't have tents. They rely on our airline to give them hydration drinks,
Great.
whether
Okay.
it's water or Gatorade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cecilia is next, followed by Sergio.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cecilia Ortiz. I am a warehouse employee at Airport Management Services, also known as Hudson. And also a labor representative on the city's Contract Worker Heat Advisory Committee. Before joining Hudson, I worked for an airline subcontractor as a passenger service agent, pushing passengers who needed wheelchair assistance. During the summer months, I remember standing on the jet bridge, sweating in full uniform without access to water as the temperatures would reach over 100 degrees inside the jet bridge. I saw my coworkers, my friends pass out from the extreme heat. I finally joined my coworkers to take action last year. We rallied, spoke out, and demanded that the city take action, and in 2024, we won a historic heat ordinance. Soon after, though, I was fired. The reasons for my firing are suspicious at best, and I believe it's not a coincidence that it happened so soon after I spoke up. But because ADOSH's timeline for the filing retaliation claims is just 30 days, by the time I made the connection and thought to file a complaint, it was too late. Since hearing about the issues I complained about, city officials have been trying to get copies of my old employer's heat safety plan. But because of how the ordinance is written, the city depends on the contractors, in my case, the airlines, to enforce the ordinance against subcontractors and ask the subcontractor for a copy of their plan. Last I checked, the city still hadn't received a copy from the airlines. So I'm so glad for the reforms Councilwoman Guardado is introducing today to make the heat plans more accessible to workers. But for workers to feel more protected and speaking out, Phoenix needs to do more by passing its own retaliation protections and create a way to hold subcontractors accountable more directly. That's why a majority of the advisory committee is here today to support reforms to the heat ordinance that would do exactly that. When you come back from break, please help us to pass the changes that will help ensure workers the best protection on the job that they deserve. Thank you.
Sergio will be our final speaker.
My name is Sergio Rodriguez Lopez. I'm a community representative, a committee member on the Phoenix's Heat Safety Advisory Committee. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Betty Guardado for this great first step in improving the ordinance. The ordinance is Phoenix's first attempt at improving workplace safety for employees working in the heat, and I'm glad to see that the city's council is building on that effort, so thank you. I do ask that we don't let the foot off the pedal in terms of improving the city's ordinance. As a majority of us advisory committee members have noted, more needs to be done to ensure retaliation protections for workers, accountability for subcontractors, and transparency in the existing heat safety plans. We also need a more clear, more centralized system for monitoring and handling complaints. As an EMT and a safety professional, one topic I do want to touch on is the cost of safety. Unfortunately, cost tends to become a barrier that prevents safety initiatives from becoming a reality, leading to unnecessary deaths. So I ask that when you look to consider adding a safety initiative, do not look at it as a cost, but rather as an investment that pays you back by preventing far greater losses that come with failing to protect people. As an example that I want to use, look at the Yarnell fire that occurred here in Phoenix, and just a few days back, it was actually been 12 years since the incident. 19 firefighters lost their lives. Families were destroyed. Communities were shattered. And the state faced millions of fines and lawsuits. The cost of stronger safety training, better communication tools, and decisive evacuation policies would have been a fraction of the millions that the state had to pay out in settlements. And more importantly, it would have saved lives. Now, as a resident who lives and works here in Phoenix, I ask that you do what's right. Make the choices that ensure that every worker, every neighbor, and every family member makes it home safely at the end of the day. Because in the end, doing what is right always pays back in the lives that are saved, families that are kept whole, and a safer, stronger city for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is our final public comment. I'll turn to Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess first I have a couple of questions for Mario. So Mario, as part of the ordinance here, what we have in front of us, on page 2, bullet point number, where is it? I lost it here. Bullet point number 3, it says that all enclosed cabins or cars need to have air conditioning. And we are now hearing from workers. One, you know, you and I took a tour a few months ago. We saw the type of units that they had inside the trucks, but now the workers are telling us that these batteries are running out after 2 hours, which is something that the general manager never told us when we were taking the tour. And the other thing that the workers are also telling us now is that it's running just hot air inside the trucks. And then they're also telling us that not all the trucks have air conditioning units. And here it says that on May 1st, 2025, they were supposed to be in compliance. What measures as a city are we now going to take with these companies that are not complying?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Guardado, thank you for the question. Yes, you are correct that in the existing ordinance, even without any changes today, requires that contractors provide access to air conditioning in vehicles with enclosed cabs, and all such vehicles must contain functioning air conditioning, and that requirement went into effect on May 1st earlier this year. As you mentioned, we did a site visit out at the airport, particularly with the Sky Chefs was one of the visits that we made, and we were able to see a demonstration of the air conditioning that they had in one of the vehicles. Obviously, we didn't go through all of the vehicles, and so now, having heard the testimony today, we will investigate those claims that not all of the vehicles have fully functioning air conditioning in compliance with the ordinance. That's something that we will follow up on, and I'll look to Chad Makovsky, our Airport Services Director, to give any additional information he might have on how we do that investigation.
And thank you, Mario, Mayor, Councilwoman Guardado. In addition to hearing the testimony today, every one of those vehicles do have to go through one of our security vehicle gates. We will be putting in a directive this afternoon that every one of those vehicles with that specific company, until we're satisfied this issue is resolved, in addition to the security check, we'll be asking those security guards to actually make sure that the air conditioning is blowing cold air in the cab of the vehicle.
I mean, I just think that we pride ourselves, the airport is our economic engine. I think as a council, rightfully so, we've invested so much money into this airport. We all take a lot of pride walking through that airport, making sure that we make it easy for anyone that wants to come and make business into the airport, that we make it easy for people to be able to come in. I think most of us always go to the ribbon cuttings and making sure that this is a functional airport. But when I hear that even after a year of this being implemented, I mean, we've just heard it from a couple of the workers, they still don't have access to water. Right, we're still hearing that there's workers that are going 4, 5, 6 hours without any water. And just a correction, it sounds like that it's the swamp coolers that we saw when we went on that tour that the battery runs out after 2 hours. It's not even the ones in the trucks. So I just think that workers are right. I think we need stronger measures. I do applaud this council, the mayor, our city manager, Mario, Chad, Congresswoman Ansari, everyone here who made this ordinance happen a year ago. I think for all of us, it's incredibly important. And I didn't see a lot of happy faces up here when we saw worker after worker coming up and saying how some conditions have changed, but not everything has changed. And when we passed this ordinance a year ago, we did say that we were going to continue to make reform. And we did say that we were going to continue to look at the ordinance and try to continue to make it better. I know that it's not easy for you guys, so I do applaud everyone in leadership for all of your hard work and everything that everyone here has done. I think that, for a lot of us, it is important that we continue to keep our workers safe. I think it's been a huge priority for this council, and for that I applaud the mayor's leadership on all of this and everything that she has done to move this forward, and to all of you for moving so fast on this ordinance. But I would like, if possible, legal will tell me if I can do this or not, I would like to add to my motion that as we move forward with the reforms being presented today, that we bring this back in the fall to talk about the reforms that workers brought forward today.
Remind me who was the second. Oh, okay. Pastor.
Me.
Okay, and you're fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing, I would thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for that. And I would also like to add, that it is important for us to keep an eye on retaliation with a lot of these workers and making sure that we keep everyone. Majority of these workers that are here today have worked for this airport for over 10 years, some of them maybe even 20 years. So I think it is important. I think we've all worked really hard on reforms and making sure that we keep our workers at the airport. I know that every single person that does business in the city of Phoenix loves to be able to get off that plane and being able to greet a lot of the same workers that they get services from every time they fly here, and they take a lot of pride. And I think that's part of the reason why they continue to come back, is because they see that we do have the friendliest airport here in Phoenix, and I will continue to take pride on that. But I hope that we continue with the reforms. I know that today we're going to make sure that there's a phone number for complaints, that everyone will be able to file their complaints, that these plans will now be available on bulletin boards in areas where workers work, and that it's not going to be a mystery of where this plan is anytime the city or the workers ask for it. So for that, again, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank all the workers that took a chance and took a risk and are putting their job on the line and coming out and speaking today. But most importantly, I want to thank my colleagues and city management for all of your hard work on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work on this. To address a couple things that came up for our team, heat regulations for city employees are a different place than heat regulations for city business partners.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. The heat regulations for city employees are in administrative regulations, and we do have An administrative regulation, it's 2.31B. This is an administrative regulation covering heat illness and injury prevention, and it essentially mirrors the content of the ordinance.
Wonderful, because that's very important to us. We want our city employees to be safe in our very difficult heat, so thank you. And we'll keep looking at it to make sure it keeps up with the standards.
Absolutely, and we will add the elements that are being added today as far as posting in bulletin boards and those sorts of things as well.
Wonderful and important, thanks to Councilwoman. It will be posted in both English and Spanish. Great, really appreciate that. And then for our team, if we could just check into that testimony that you can't have a bottled water. I cannot think of a good reason to not let people have bottled water.
Mayor, members of council, I was a bit surprised by that testimony as well. We will be immediately following this council meeting, inquiring with that company as to their policies related to being able to transport bottled water on the vehicle. I also, Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to briefly mention that related to retaliation, the city has long held an important policy on that and ensuring non-retaliation in the sense that we have public safety and heat safety hotlines. We have an app, it's a CSA airport app where people can take pictures. Employees have access to this app. They can submit anonymous communications to the city about safety issues, including heat-related issues. So if employees are not feeling comfortable communicating these issues to their employers, we would encourage them to please communicate them to the city. We'll hold that information confidential and we'll do a follow-up inquiry with the employer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this intention. When we passed the policy, we wanted those vehicles to be air-conditioned the whole time that they're working. Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you. I first want to thank Councilwoman Guardado and the collective in getting this to where it is. I actually find it very unfortunate that we're back at the space that we're at, and I hold us responsible for that. Because we shouldn't be at this space. What should have been done was the peace should have been enacted. We should have had checkpoints. And the items that we're putting in now are good, but we also had to have a committee to come together. We had to gather testimony in order for change to happen within here. And I get it, we have to follow our process. I'm hoping that this space next year, it's more of thank you for implementing what you said you were going to implement. Thank you for providing the necessary items that are needed in order for us to stay alive, have the water that is necessary. And it's just mind-boggling to me. But the most critical piece for me is a retaliation. And I know legally we cannot do something and it's a third party because we've gone round and round about this. However, it is real. We have seen it. I have felt it. So I'm not really sure what we can do in that space. I know we have a line and everything we're trying to protect, but ultimately that third party can do what they want. And so to those that are here today, I commend you and have great gratitude to you because you are taking a risk. And and when you take risks, that should demonstrate leadership. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Hudge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to say thank you to Councilman Gallardo for leading this effort. I also want to say thank you for staff for incorporating some of the comments that we've heard today. But I also wanted to say I have a little concern about we ask individuals to volunteer for our different committees and boards as a city, and we still have some ways to go regarding integrating the recommendations from the Contract Workers Heat Safety Advisory Committee, as well as members of the Heat Safety Collective. And I just want to know, this current proposal has set forth some of their requests, not the majority. And I just wanted to know, I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Councilwoman Gallardo's request that we actually have a plan going forward to address these. I do believe, I think it's also telling that our residents feel comfortable coming here to City Council to share their concerns, but they should not have to come to council to voice these complaints, especially when it talks about their employment. We presume, I like to presume the best in everyone, but sometimes that doesn't always come to fruition. Thank you, Chad, for noting the CSAY app as one way. Is there any other way that employees that believe there's a violation of this ordinance can currently report that so that they can, so that we can have this information and start the relevant investigation if necessary?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Hodge Washington. Yes, so we do have a dedicated airport employee website at skyharbor.com/employees that has information that is both available in English and Spanish to employees so they know how to report this information to the city. In addition to the safety aspects of their work environment, just the heat aspects of the work environment is a dedicated category in terms of the complaints they can file related to their work environment. We have a dedicated public safety and security team that's there to receive those complaints and adjudicate or address them as they receive them. And they can do this in a number of ways. There is a phone number. And in fact, thanks to our last tour, and I want to give credit to Councilwoman Gordado as we did the last tour, as of next week, on the back of every airport security badge, there will be a dedicated phone number to a safety line as well as a heat safety line for employees to be able to call. We have that information posted at all public assembly areas where employees typically congregate as they're moving about our airport. And we have, again, 47,000 employees at Sky Harbor Airport, over 1,500 companies at Sky Harbor Airport. So as they're going to the elevators, they're able to access this information. There are posters in the employee service elevators and around high traffic areas for employees. So they're aware of, water fountain areas, things like that. So they're aware of how to communicate to the city. But to directly answer your question, they can call us, they can email us, they can go to a website and report information that way. We have a dedicated app that they can download and put on their phone to communicate information to us that way as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You actually anticipated one of my questions, and my question was, how are we going to educate them about these resources? And it sounds like that is a process that's in play, that's going to move forward. So thank you for that. And I also want to reiterate or just reaffirm my support for making sure that we do include whistleblower protection for those individuals. We want to make sure that these complaints are not the source of someone's losing their employment. I think we are on the right track when it comes to addressing one of our most dangerous conditions here in the Valley is our heat. We can't ignore that. And we want to make sure that we are protecting those workers to the extent that we can. So I think that we're on the right track. I just really would like to stress that we should heed we should heed the recommendations from the committee members. We appointed them for a reason. I'm not saying everything can be accomplished, but we should not be summarily dismissing the recommendations made to them. So I just wanted to echo that support for the recommendations made by them. I understand it might be a scaled process, but I think we need to have an intentional plan to work towards achieving many of the goals that the recommendations seek to serve. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mario.
If I may, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, I just want to express my appreciation for the Heat Safety Advisory Committee that we've been working with, many of whom you heard from today, Maxwell, Ulene, Cecilia Ortiz, Sergio Rodriguez, and there are a few others, Sydney Hawkins, Chad Arruda, and Dr. Song. Those are the members of our Heat Safety Advisory Committee, and we do work very hard to hear what they're saying and take that input. One of the recommendations that we haven't talked about that the committee made that we've already implemented was for the addition of a position dedicated just to this purpose. And so at the airport, there is now a new position that will be responsible for monitoring compliance with this ordinance out at the airport. And so that's an important recommendation that came from that committee. And so we're thankful for the efforts they made to do that. That committee has also been working on a model heat safety plan that we can share with our contractors. And so that's something that's in progress as we speak. They're doing a lot of diligence to make that to make that something that works for all of our contractors and is useful. And so I just wanted to state that we do take very much into consideration what they're bringing forward. The discussion about language on retaliation is complicated, and so that's something that hasn't come forward yet, but it doesn't mean we can't get there and keep working on it. And I think that's the commitment that you're hearing today, that we'll do something that could be brought back later.
And I thank you for adding that, for stating the clarification, because I think it is helpful for, I wasn't aware as a council member that we had submitted that position and we had created that position. So I'm grateful to hear that we are incorporating into our plan the feedback from our community members. I think that's how you create good alliances and relationships. So thank you for that clarification. And I look forward to seeing more steps of moving forward our plan to ensure the safety of our workers. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Hernandez, followed by Councilwoman Guardado, followed by Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the workers especially know that I'm very supportive of the heat ordinance. I think the only thing I didn't like is that I wasn't here to vote for it when it passed. While I also recognize that we have a lot of work to do to address a lot of the issues, we are facing record heat in the valley because of drought and environmental changes. And like I said, I'm really glad that this council passed that ordinance last year with the leadership of Councilwoman Guardado and the mayor, and extremely encouraged that we are having the conversations to continue to look at ways that we're strengthening this ordinance, and especially on the enforcement side to make sure that the partners are doing what they need to do to protect our workers. And this is a great first step in that direction. I would also like to acknowledge the many concerns that the advisory committee has identified, as well as the stories that we just heard here today that are extremely concerning from the workers. I mean, we all heard it. So we as a city really need to work towards ensuring that those concerns are addressed, such as the protections for whistleblowers and expanding the coverage to warehouse workers. I definitely agree that we need a stronger accountability and oversight piece to ensure that the implementation of the safe working conditions are made, because something as simple as access to water is literally a life and death situation in the face of a heat crisis. I personally am going to continue to push our legislative partners, our governor's office, to ensure that statewide we're also working on heat protections for workers everywhere. And I think we're at a point where the business community should join us in that. The threat, us not protecting our workers, is not good for their business. So I don't know why at this point the business community has not gotten on board to support measures like this. So I will continue to advocate for that, to do what I can to get more partners on board, and looking forward to working with all of my colleagues to find ways to strengthen our cities, the steps this city has taken to make sure we're delivering for our workers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. Chad, I had a follow-up question for you. When it comes to the trucks, you said that what's going to happen with the trucks if they get to the tarmac, they're being checked, and there's not any cool air being blown in those trucks?
Thank you for the question, Mayor, Councilwoman Guardado. So up to this point, what our security guards have been doing is periodically checking for compliance as those vehicles, and this is any vehicle, would go through a vehicle gate onto the airport proper. What they would do is ask the driver if they have functioning air conditioning in the vehicle. Now, recognizing and hearing the concerns today that there might be concerns related to retaliation, we're going to take this a step further. I'm going to direct our staff to have our contract guards at those gates actually check the vehicle as a part of their inspection to see if they can feel cool air coming out of the air conditioning units. If that vehicle is not in compliance, it will not be allowed to come onto the airport property. We will be directing them off airport property and back to their employer for further. And then we'll take that information, and that would be then the beginning of an investigation we would do with the employer that they may not be compliant with the ordinance.
And given this change, are we going to give them a memo and let them know, okay, this is the accountability piece from the city's perspective in terms of vehicles that we will let onto the tarmac and the ones that we won't?
Mayor and Councilwoman Guardado, I believe these companies are already aware of that. We've previously communicated that expectation that any vehicle that's not in compliance would not be allowed on airport property. But we will take this a step further. In addition, Councilwoman, just based on what we heard today, that's evidence enough in a public meeting for us to actually take this up as a potential allegation of a violation against the ordinance, that the ordinance, somebody is not complying with the ordinance. So we do intend to open up investigations based on the testimony we heard today as well.
And then I know that we're going to be hiring a new position, or we have a new person that's going to be going around the airport and making sure that people are in compliance. Can we make sure that these trucks are also part of the tour that they're taking, or when they're going around and checking for compliance, that they can also come and see one of these trucks when it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it's 160 degrees on the tarmac?
And Mayor and Councilwoman Guardado, that position we're currently recruiting for, when it is on board and fully operating and up to speed at the city, it's our intention to have them not only respond to complaints related to heat ordinance compliance, but also to do proactive work in the field, which would include going out and visiting companies. As I had mentioned earlier, we do have 1,500 companies that are permitted to operate at Sky Harbor Airport through contractors, subcontractors, vendors, concessionaires, suppliers, and what have you. So they will not hit every company all the time, this one person. So I just want to set that expectation. But certainly in the rotation of the things they do, we can make sure that the inspection of these vehicles is a part of that rotation.
Right. Again, thank you so much for everything that you've done. You've been a great partner since we started talking about issues here at the airport. I failed to mention Matt Hale. Thank you so much as well for all of your hard work and making these tours a little bit more accessible. And also want to thank Mayor's Chief of Staff for coming with us in the last tour and making this happen, for all of their hard work. And for any of my colleagues that would like to join us today, we're going to be going and doing another tour at the airport with our city manager and seeing what the conditions are like. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun as we're out there today. And again, thank you all, and thanks to the workers, and thank you for everything that everyone's done.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Pastor.
These are my last comments to Mario. Congratulations, good luck. Today is your last, at least formal meeting as you move on to another position or another city. And so I was just kind of chuckling up here as we're having this discussion. And I'm like, oh gosh, today's Mario's last day, and not last formal meeting. So congratulations. I just wanted to acknowledge that. And thank you for all the work that you have done for the city.
Thank you.
Can we get a round of applause for Mario? Among the things Mario Paniagua has done for us, ranging from budget and technical things to major infrastructure investments, we moved forward the regional transportation plan. With his leadership, just delivered a light rail extension. Sky Harbor Airport named #1 airport in the country during his time in leadership. We worked together a lot on sustainability and making sure we do a variety of different investments, including saving money on our energy bills. So you leave a big legacy behind, and we appreciate you. With that, I think we are ready for roll call. All right, roll call.
And Mayor, if I may real quick, I would like to just correct the record for the prior item, for item 46. That item did pass with a motion of 9-0, a unanimous vote. So I just wanted to correct the record. For item 47, I will call the roll call now. Guardado?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Hodge Washington?
Yes.
Pastor?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Stark?
Yes.
Waring?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Two other updates related to the meeting. If you're here for the data center item, I had announced that it's on the text amendment page. There are also paper copies here. And then Denise, do you have an announcement related to item 72?
Yes, Mayor, it's my understanding that item 72, there has been a request to reconsider that item.
Okay, so item 72, when we get to that, we will have a hearing on 72, which is related to equipment for law enforcement. So we'll just do that motion when we get to 72.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right. Item 57 is related to the Tohono O'odham Nation Tribal Gaming Grants. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 57.
We have a motion and a second. The Tohono Native Nation are great partners of ours, helping us with a variety of things, ranging from public safety to cultural investments. Noting Councilman Waring will not be participating in this vote. Does anyone have a comment? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for legal on this item. And one of the specific items listed as part of the grant process around the 25,000 grant for Phoenix Police to purchase the fingerprint readers. Should we be awarded this grant, what is the constitutionality of officers scanning an individual's fingerprints before they have been arrested, charged, or booked?
Mayor, members of council, so I'm not familiar with the language in this specific grant or what the requirements are specifically for this grant. Generally speaking, our law enforcement would be required to follow federal and state law in regards to immigration enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I'm gonna be supporting the overall grant, but should we be awarded this money and before we allocate that, I would like to have a conversation around that piece to make sure we understand if there are any constitutional issues there or what liability the city may face. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Next item is item 58, which is an authorization to amend our contract to the Human Services Campus, known as Keys to Change, to increase authority and extend term. I'll turn to the Vice Mayor to extend the term. And I will turn to the Vice Mayor to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to express my admiration for the Keys to Change organization and the people who help us help those who are in need the most. The Keys to Change campus has been an invaluable asset through our efforts to clean up the zone and provide services to our unhoused populations. We want them to succeed, and we want to strengthen our relationship with Keys, as we have with CAS. With that being said, over the past couple of years, there has been a pattern of concern related to the leadership at Keys to Change. In a recent interview with Sean Raimondo from the Arizona Republic, they admitted to being in a multi-year deficit over the last 2 years. We have been contacted by their vendors over lack of payment, resulting in security guards walking off campus from the safe outdoor space. The Keys staff was behind on sending bills, resulting in duplicated costs, and in one instance, the city being billed after a contract had already closed out. These are taxpayer dollars, and we are expected by our residents to be good stewards of these dollars. Because of this, we must expect the people we contract with and do business with be operating in good faith. When there are concerns that arise, we have a responsibility to our taxpayers to demand oversight and accountability from our vendors and partners. It's why I demanded a board seat from Keys to Change. When there are issues this concerning, we need to have a seat at the table. Before I make my motion, Mayor, I'd like to hear from the Keys to Change representatives or members of the public on this item.
I do not have anyone registered to speak on this. Do we know if Keys to Change is here? Thank you, if you could.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Amy Schwabenlander, CEO, Keys to Change.
If you want to pull it up, we don't want you to bend. That looked uncomfortable.
Everyone, my name is Myron Hammis, and I'm the chair of the board.
Thank you, Amy and Myron, for joining us. There have been discussions, and you previously said that the city having a non-voting seat on the board for Keys to Change would be bad governance. Will you please explain to me how you believe this would be bad governance from your perspective?
Sure. So I'm not an expert on these things, so I asked, can you hear me okay?
Would you mind just pulling it a little bit closer?
A little bit higher?
Yep.
That better? I'm not an expert on these things, so I'd asked our chair of our governance committee to kind of give me the major talking points because you've been in discussion with him. And primarily, it would take a change in our bylaws, which is a process that can be accomplished, but it is, it's a process that wouldn't happen overnight. But secondly, there were some best practices as it relates to nonprofit boards, and I asked him to summarize some of those. So if you'll give me a second, I'll just kind of read down. So as it relates to conflicts of interest, when you have a private funder on a board, it often brings either personal or institutional priorities that may not align with the nonprofit's mission or long-term goal. Their presence on the board can create situations where decisions are shaped by donor preferences rather than the needs of the organization and its stakeholder. For example, a private funder might advocate for programs that reflect their own agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, public. Sorry about that. Thereby compromising the board's fiduciary duty of loyalty to the mission. Number two, impaired board independence. One of the board's primary responsibilities is to exercise independent judgment in overseeing the organization. However, when a funder occupies a board seat, their financial influence may inadvertently or intentionally sway decisions and discussions. Other directors might be reluctant to challenge the funder's views, suppressing healthy debate and undermining the board's ability to act in the organization's best interest. Number three, even with the perception of undue public funder influence can weaken trust among staff, volunteers, and external stakeholders. Transparency and accountability, cornerstones of effective governance, are threatened when donors are perceived to have a disproportionate sway in the organization's decision. This dynamic may deter other donors or partners from engaging. Number four, unmanaged conflicts of interest can have legal implications, particularly if the decisions appear to benefit a board member's personal or financial interests. In such, the organization and the funder risk reputational harm, which could affect fundraising partnerships and public trust. And number five, funders serving on the board may unintentionally redirect the organization's focus towards their initiatives that align more closely with their funding priorities rather than their nonprofit mission. This phenomenon, known as mission drift, can weaken the organization's identity, alternate core supporters, and dilute its impact. With those things in mind, we had offered an alternative, which was to have a non-voting board seat on our financial committee instead of the general board. And the idea behind that is the financial committee meets every month for an hour to hour and a half, which would give you a deep dive into the finances. A board member, we talk about finances 10 to 15 minutes, depending on what the topic is, and we only meet 10 times a month. So it'd be a lot more visibility into the finances, a deeper dive, and on a regular basis.
Thank you for that. The city, though, as a main funder, currently sits on a number of boards ranging from the arts to service providers like the Herberger Theater, CAS, Trellis, the Arizona Housing Coalition, and United Way, which Amy came from before she was in this position. Would you say these organizations are promoting bad governance?
No, I can't speak for the other organizations, but I do have a response to that.
Okay, good. You said no. Thank you. Could we have OHS staff please come to the table? Thank you, Rachel and Gina, for joining us. Rachel, could you explain why it's critical for the city to seek representation and a seat at the table on the Keys to Change board?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor O'Brien. So yes, we have been working with your office as well as Keys to Change to express our need and desire to have more transparency with the organization leadership. We have regular meetings with staff. Our staff meet regularly, but this really all stemmed from, as you described earlier, some of our financial concerns with the organization, concerns that we had that actually led to the city performing an audit of OHS and our contract with Keys to Change, and really looking for a higher level of discussion and transparency with with the leadership of the organization, which is the board.
Okay, and so can you be more specific in the concerns that you specifically saw besides the ones I highlighted?
Members of the council, Vice Mayor O'Brien, the concerns you highlighted are the specific concerns we had, the deficit that was expressed to us from leadership, and really knowing that we as a city of Phoenix and this organization being in the city and really the front entrance to a lot of people experiencing homelessness, the front door for a lot of people experiencing homelessness, we have a desire to make sure that that organization is a healthy organization, and we have a desire to be aligned with them and partner with them, and really the desire to be a non-voting seat on the board was to have that transparency, to know what the leadership was doing about some of these very serious financial concerns.
And will you talk about the relationship between CAS and the city before we joined their board versus 2 years? We've had a seat on their board for now 2 years.
Vice Mayor O'Brien, yes. We had similar concerns with the CAS organization, although a little different. We had a lack of transparency with their financial records as well. We're not able to get questions answered that we had related specifically to their organization financials. Having the non-voting board seat on the CAS board has really transformed a lot of that. We now get access to their financial statements every month. We get their board packet every month. I attend the board meetings when I can. They're at the same time as policy meetings, so I'm not always able to attend those. But when I can, I just have a broader understanding of the organizational structure, what the leadership is doing, and I have a direct line to their finance staff and staff as well.
And how has that created, I guess, or has it created a stronger partnership in working with them, and how does it lead to better services?
Vice Mayor O'Brien, from our perspective, we definitely feel like we have a lot more transparency and an open and honest relationship with not only the CAS staff, but also CAS board members. They have come to visit Safe Outdoor Space. They often in board meetings will ask me questions directly about the city's perspective on items.
Thank you. And I do acknowledge that Myron sent me a suggested compromise last week, and so, Mayor, I am ready to make my motion.
Wonderful, and we will go to Councilman Hutch Washington for comments, but we might as well have a motion on the floor.
Go ahead and let her ask.
Okay, Councilman Hutch Washington.
Well, I just wanted to wanted to make sure that we gave Keys a chance, the opportunity to answer the question you were trying to answer regarding why you think this is why you were saying why this would not be bad
Sure,
governance.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I can't speak for the other boards, but I can speak for our board and where we see there's differences. So again, I'd like to summarize what my chairman of the governance committee said. The city of Phoenix does have board seats in other nonprofits, but it's comparing apples to oranges in a city that might own land for that organization or does not directly compete with that nonprofit. The Office of Homeless Solutions competes for the funding source against Keys to Change. They oversee the contracts and write the scope of work. To preserve the integrity, independence, and mission focus of the nonprofit governance, public funders should be encouraged to contribute through advisory roles, donor councils, and other special initiatives rather than occupying board seats. We have put forth viable options that include a board seat on a non-voting board seat on our finance committee that would allow the city to have greater transparency and oversight over financials and coordination with Keys to Change. These approaches can allow Keys to Change to benefit from their insight and support while maintaining clear boundaries that uphold good governance practices. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask Rachel Milne a question regarding the other boards that we sit on. Can you tell me a little bit of the I don't want to say history, kind of how those board seats came to be, because I understand the need for disclosure of information, but I also understand the fine line between us usurping their ability to manage their nonprofit in the way that they deem appropriate. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, I can really only speak to the CAS seat.
Correct.
Okay. So yes, the board seat that I currently sit on as a non-voting member of CAS also was a direct reflection of a contract that was before this council, and it was put right into the ordinance that they require a non-voting seat for the city of Phoenix in order for the contract to move forward.
And was that when I asked, sorry, I probably should have been a little clearer. I was asking to the level of, because this feels a little acrimonious right now. And I was wondering if it was more of a better negotiated relationship. Can you share anything on that?
Sure. Councilwoman Hodge Washington, it definitely was not something that CAS initially was wanting to do, certainly, but I think they made the decision to go forward, and they did change their bylaws, and I now have been sitting in that non-voting board seat for about 2 years, and it definitely was not something that they volunteered. It was a negotiation, and they agreed to it.
And then my other question is, do we currently have language in our contract as it stands if that allows us to review the finances in another mechanism other than having a board member or a member seat on a finance committee?
Councilwoman Hodge Washington, we have language in our contracts that allows us to see all of the financials related to our funded programs. We certainly get the audits from all of organizations that we contract with, the annual audits. However, we don't have access to see their monthly financials, how their full organizational budgets. No, we do not.
Okay, but we do have the ability to see the information to request this information. Do we have the ability to request this information as it currently stands in our contract?
Councilwoman Hodge Washington, I would have to check with our contracts individuals. We have full ability to audit the organization, and we do an annual financial audit of the organization, but I don't know if we get the full financial documents.
I have some additional comments, but I'll wait until the actual motion is before us, if I can, Mayor. Thank you.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay. The issues we've discussed today are deeply concerning, and the pushback that I've received from Keys to Change leadership about seeking this seat in a non-voting manner to get openness, transparency, and collaboration and accountability has been very frustrating. And it has seemed like the interest in being partners is not truly there. The City of Phoenix is responsible for funding a quarter of this year's $24 million Keys to Change budget. That's roughly $6 million a year. $6 million of tax dollars that demand oversight and transparency. It's been stated that giving a funder a non-voting board seat is bad governance. I'm just not sure for who. By way of having seats on their boards, CAS would disagree with this statement, Trellis would disagree with this statement, and United Way would disagree. A non-voting board seat improves collaboration, strengthens coordination, and enhances transparency and trust. All things that I would have thought Keys to Change leadership would have wanted as well. With that, though, we, the city, are willing to show that we are good partners, and so the motion to approve item 50, I move to approve item 58 with these contingencies to ensure that services are not paused or interrupted, and that this compromise will hold Keys to Change accountable while maintaining the same level of services. These contingencies to the motion for approval: that a representative of the Office of Homeless Solutions be included as a non-voting member on the Keys to Change Finance Committee. Number 2, that a representative of the Office of Homeless Solutions and a representative of the City Council participate in a monthly meeting with the Keys to Change CEO and the chair of the Keys to Change board or another designated board member to review board packets, answer any questions, and have discussions. that a representative of the Office of Homeless Solutions would be invited to Keys to Change board meetings as a guest in situations to include, but not limited to, items of interest are as identified, a need to exchange information, seek feedback, are agreed upon by the representative of the Office of Homeless Solutions and the chair of the Keys to Change board or another designated board member. Lastly, should the city determine the above three requirements are not leading toward a better working relationship with Keys to Change leadership, the city reserves the right to give a 60-day notice to Keys to Change to begin the bylaw amendment process to provide for a non-voting board seat or forfeit the remainder of the contract.
Mayor, before I second, can I make a friendly amendment to the last language? I would suggest if Vice Mayor is open to specifically add that after non-voting board seat filled by OHS or forfeit the remainder of the contract.
Yes, thank you.
And I second.
Thank you so much. Do you have any additional comments, Vice Mayor, before we go to?
No, ma'am.
Council, we'll go, I guess, to Councilwoman Pastor and then back to Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Hi, thank you. One of my concerns really is how sustainable Keys to Change is. And for me, we are providing dollars for me of having a quality service. And understanding that our money is being used in the way it needs to be used. The other piece is we have a financial responsibility to our taxpayers at the end of the day. And to hear the back and forth as to why someone cannot sit on your board as a non-voting member is very challenging to me because other nonprofits have done it and we have asked it. So I see resistance in that. And when I see resistance in that, that makes me question as to why and what is it that you don't want us to see? Thirdly, we've had a voting member sitting on your board. City of Phoenix, he was a police officer. He has left because he got promoted and has left the city and is now doing great things in another city. So the fact that we haven't, the fact that to hear you can't be on it, we've had somebody on it. And so I'm not understanding. At the end of the day, what was my motion was going to be a little different than that. But I like the fact that there's the 60 days and that we can look. I would like to see the metrics. I would like to see the finances. I'm now digging. I'm now wanting to know. And I think now there's that challenge for us, because what I don't want, or what I hear is we can't continue. We have to pass this because if we don't, we won't have these services. But I want to know that we're having these services even when we pass it. And that's the challenge that I have. And that's to staff to really put in this contract a lot of the metrics that we need in there. And what I would like to see is that in 6 months, which might be October, November, in 6 months, that we come back, it could be 60 days, to determine if we're going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman Hodge Washington and then back to Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I am in favor of 1, 2, and 3 of the conditions. I cannot get behind number 4. And let me explain. I respect the Keys to Change ability to make decisions about their governance. I'm not going to tell them that they, just because their situation aligns with another organization, that they have to necessarily follow that same route. I would hope that we would be able to come to that conclusion as partners, but I do believe in giving vendors some ability to decide how they choose to govern themselves. I understand the concerns about transparency and in making sure we have the right, we know what's going on there. But I think there's other ways that can be done. I am also concerned that by us advocating and taking this position, we are implicitly telling other cities in this region that they do not have to contribute their fair share to the Keys for Change campus. We are the ones that are most affected because it's located here in Phoenix, but I do not believe that we have to be careful of that. My concern with condition number 4 is we are putting potential termination on a subjective factor. It says if the city determines that the following 3 conditions or above mentioned 3 conditions are not leading to a better working relationship, that is a very subjective standard. What does that mean? And I understand what we're trying to go for here, but I want to ensure that we are not potentially allowing the services that are needed by our unsheltered population to be guided by something that is not as tangible. I would like us to work towards a more cohesive working relationship, but I am very concerned about tying the hands of one of our key partners in this homeless, in dealing with our unsheltered population, simply on if they don't give us a voting board seat, they forfeit the rest of their contract. I think we can do better. We have shown a history of working together, and I think we can do that. I just have concerns about a subjective standard that would lead to the termination of our support. Our support is not de minimis. Our support is 25% of their budget. And I understand us trying to ensure that we are being good stewards of the funds for our residents, but I think there are other ways that can do that shy of forcing them to change their governance practice. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to say that. I think pushback is normal sorry, I have one more thing. I do think pushback is normal when you're asking someone to change the way they have always done something. I just want to be careful and ensuring that if we move forward for standards to determine how 1, 2, and 3 are met, there should be clear parameters. It should not just be up to vagaries, especially when you're talking about our unsheltered population. There's no one here to advocate for them. So I just felt the need to share that, and I just think we need to be a little bit more concise in what we really want here. If what we really want is access to the information, I think that can be done without requiring them to give us a board seat. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. First question for staff. I know there was an audit done, I'll be honest, I'm newer, so I don't know the entirety of our audit process. But in light of some of the conversation, and I thought of this question based on what Councilwoman Hodge Washington just mentioned on her concern on item number 4 from the Vice Mayor's motion, do we have the ability as a city to do an audit at a random time, at a set time, to be less subjective of what we're trying to accomplish so that we know that financials are in order?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, that's a good question. The way we typically would audit an organization like this, we would primarily want to wait until, if we're doing a financial audit, we'd want to wait until we actually had all of the finances for a particular time frame. That way we can reconcile it with, an outside auditor, financial statement, or other things like that. We will also, now that this is on our continuous audit plan, we're also going to be looking for compliance with our existing contract and the programs and services. So that doesn't necessarily have to wait for a particular point in time. It can be done at any time. The random nature of an audit like that is best suited so that you don't get in the habit of knowing when we're coming in.
Okay. Just so for clarity, we are able to do that. Do you think that would alleviate, could that be a path of building that model to alleviate some of the concern around a subjective matter, like a subjective opinion?
I mean, yes and no. I guess to the councilwoman's point, I think what I heard her saying is, the better working relationship. That I think is the part that is purely subjective. That isn't something that an audit is going to determine for you. That's something that everyone's going to have their own opinion as to what it means that the relationship is better.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions for Amy and Myron. And before I ask you my questions, I want to be clear to everybody that the Keys to Change campus is in District 7. Homelessness and housing is a top priority for this office. So, Amy, immediately after being sworn in, we reached out to your office. We came to tour the campus. We were proactive in reaching out, actually before I even knew this was an issue. So, and you gave us a tour. We saw the campus. In light of this, there's concerns of the financial management of the campus, which I think are valid. You're familiar with my work. You know that I always stress for transparency and accountability because I really want to recenter all of us that at the middle of this are people and people that need services and people that we need to deliver for. So I know that there's pushback on both sides and there is a relationship that needs to be built. Prior to jumping into politics, my entire career was relationship building. So I'm pretty confident that we can develop a good relationship that will address a lot of the concerns that have been shared that are valid, right? Because as a city, we have to set a standard of what we expect to see partners deliver, or service providers deliver to our people, right? So that's always at the foundation. And I think you are of the same mindset. I mean, I'll let you answer for yourself. But I think that there's room here for improving a working relationship to really address the concerns of the city staff, of council members, of your team. And I think the important part is how do we get to that? I have a little bit less concerns with item number 4 because I think that there is a willingness for us to partner in this to really deliver for our people, right? So I guess my question to you would be, are you open to making sure that we continue to build and do all the steps on your end to make sure that we are addressing the financial concerns and actually improving the working relationship? So we're not in this tug of back and forth situation, and we're really focused on delivering for the residents that are in need of services.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Hernandez. And yes, agree with you totally. Keys to Change has always been responsive to any request from the City of Phoenix when it's an audit, a monitoring, a request for information. We wrote this proposal as a compromise. It was about asking questions to inquire where the request for a non-voting board member seat was coming from so that we could understand and how it applies to our good governance. We have other grant arrangements where we have to demonstrate we're following good governance. And so it wasn't a matter of resistance for resistance sake. It was to ask questions, to gather information, and ask for some kind of compromise that works for both parties because the City of Phoenix, through all their amazing efforts and the growth in their efforts to address homelessness over the last several years, will not end homelessness alone. Keys to Change, the 13 other partners on Key Campus, will not end homelessness alone. Our tagline is working together, ending homelessness. And you're welcome to come and visit us anytime. Office of Homeless Solutions reaches out when they want to visit with someone, when they want to see what's going on. We're always responsive to any requests for sharing information, being present. And we suggested that the recommendations be included as an amendment to the contract so that it became part of the legally binding agreement with the City of Phoenix and would last past myself or Myron as a board chair, and it was tied to the operation of the organization.
Okay, thank you, Amy. And I know, for being in the sake of transparency, when we toured, we requested from our office to set up a monthly meeting with the campus just to be aware of what's happening. How can our office be a good partner since the campus is in our district? You agreed to that. So independent of this, our office had already made that request for a monthly meeting and briefing with you and your team I know you are working with your staff is working with our staff to figure that out. And you plan to continue, you're okay with continuing that in addition to this other piece of of the conversation.
Yes, Councilwoman Hernandez. We are in District 7. We've always gone to District 7 electeds and staff to understand the issue, the challenges, and the success. We house people every day from Key Campus, and we want you and your staff and the rest of the residents to know that it's not all doom and gloom. There are positive outcomes every single day as it relates to moving people into housing. So yes, whatever happens in this contract negotiation, District 7, yourself, are welcome to visit anytime and set that monthly schedule.
Okay, thank you. I did have conversations around this, and I've stressed the importance to everybody that the only piece that is unacceptable is for there ever to be a lapse in services. And I think that two things are true here, that there are concerns, there are issues that need to be addressed, but also recognizing that we cannot put ourselves in a position to ever be part of an interruption to services, especially right now we are now in our very high heat season, and there is lives at stake now, right? And I think we all recognize that. So I think what I'm hearing is that the goal of everybody is to make sure that we are addressing the issues that have existed in the past with the financial management of the campus, and build goodwill, build a good solid working relationship for all parties involved. And Rachel, I had asked you, do you feel that the offer from Myron and Amy to have the monthly meetings would get us to that goal?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, yes, we think that the offer that they put forward meets the intention that we were looking for.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do want to just correct the record because I think you just, Amy said something about a voting board member seat, and we never sought a voting board member seat. But 8 years ago, we did have both the city, the county, and the state had voting board member seats. And there was an effort to, by Keys, to change those to non-voting board member seats. And I share this because Amy shared it with me in these discussions, and that there was an NDA given to those three entities to sign in order to be in a non-voting board member capacity. At that time, 7 or 8 years ago, the leadership of those entities chose not to sign those NDAs. I requested a copy, which Amy gave me, and we provided it to our city attorney, who said that we could sign that NDA today, just as a point of reference to also how we got here. I still believe strongly that all 4 of my amendments should be added to the contract in order to proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hunt Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify from, I presume our representatives here from Keys to Change heard the first 3 conditions that were raised by the Vice Mayor's motion.
We agree and would accept those.
You would agree with the first 3, but
yes.
Presumably not the 4th?
The 4th is kind of like what you said. It's very subjective.
Okay.
And I'm not really sure if the 4th is necessary if we're doing the first 3. Obviously,
Can you
that
move
would
a
be
little closer to the
decision.
mic?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Do I need to start over, or could you hear what I said? Start over? Okay. So I would be in agreement with you. The 4th one is very subjective and how you would measure that. I believe the first 3 are going to build that relationship, and the Office of Homeless Solutions, I keep getting it with the other one, that would solve that. I think it's fair to evaluate our progress and say, are we accomplishing what we set out to do? But to put this, I don't know, there's a carrot and a stick, to put a stick saying, well, if we don't feel like you're doing it, that we're going to terminate the contract, which would lead to end of services. But I'll leave that up to the council, but my 2 cents would be that's a very subjective solution. And I think the 2 parties that are going to be involved in this day-to-day can figure out if we're being successful or not.
You actually led into what my thoughts were on this as well. I know there's a current motion, but my recommendation to item number 4 on this would be at the end of Q3, we would review the relationship and see if the changes that have been outlined in 1, 2, and 3, and would have a meeting to see whether to discuss and outline if there are additional recommendations to strengthen the relationship and address the financial concerns and come up with a mutually acceptable time frame for those implementation. But I know there's a current motion on the floor, but I would recommend revisions to condition number 4 along those lines. Okay, Councilwoman Pastor.
So I keep hearing building a relationship. I want to know how long we have been in this relationship.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor. So the City of Phoenix and Keys to Change have partnered since its inception. Keys to Change was a very valuable partner, as was stated earlier, in our efforts around the zone. Keys to Change operates our safe outdoor space. And so I think we've been a funder and a partner since its inception.
Which is what, 20 years?
20
How long
years.
have you been? 20 years?
20 years is good.
Okay. So we have a relationship. I think we have like in any relationship, a hiccup of where we need to have an honest truth dialogue on how we need to move forward and possibly change both our ways of how we operate or how we discuss in a relationship. It's an ever-evolving relationship. I want to know from legal, in any contract, we have the ability to cancel.
Mayor, members of council.
I don't know the term, I
Councilwoman
can't think right now.
Pastor. Yes, it's standard in our contracts to have cancellation provisions. I haven't seen this contract. Sometimes it's a cancellation for convenience, and we don't have to have a reason. On other contracts, we do have to have a reason for cancellation.
Okay, so we already have it. So in the language, can we put 60 days that we have the ability to cancel a contract? I don't know what the language is. I would like to figure this out.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, their previous contract had a 30-day
Okay,
cancellation.
well, 30 days even better. I mean, I don't know, 60 or 30.
Yeah.
I think 60 is better for you guys, but I'm just trying to move this because we have a long agenda. And I'm trying to figure out where we all can.
Okay, so I will take a hint on that. We will move the motion. The motion on the table is the motion made by the Vice Mayor with the amendment from District 7. Is that right, Denise?
I have a question.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Well, since mine was a friendly amendment, that wouldn't count towards the motion, an additional motion, right?
No, it's not a substitute. So someone could make a substitute motion, but at the moment, we are moving the Vice Mayor's with your amendment to fill the seat by OHS. Is that right, Denise?
Yes, Mayor.
All right.
Call the vote.
Mayor, can I make Councilwoman Hodge Washington. I'd like to make a substitute motion, and my motion would be to adopt conditions 1 through 3 as stated by the Vice Mayor, with condition number 4 being a motion to, the condition is at the end of Q3, we review the relationship and see if the prior conditions are working and have at least one meeting to discuss and outline if there are recommendations to strengthening the relationship and addressing the financial concerns.
Second.
And Q3 would be, so we'd sign it and then it'd be March 31st? Is that what Q3 means?
September 30th would be Q1.
What? So is this,
fiscal year. Fiscal year.
Our Q3? We have fiscal years and calendar years, and we just. I meant calendar years, so it would give us an opportunity to at least see by the end of September if this is working. Okay, so Q3 of 2025.
Correct. Okay.
Oh, that's different.
Okay.
Yes, it's to say, so we would have at least attended, we're in June now, we would attended July, August, September, and October meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if we need additional time.
Can
I'm
you just say your motion again?
So my motion is conditions 1, 2, and 3 as previously stated by the Vice Mayor's motion. And for condition 4 is at the end of Q3 for the calendar year of 2025. We would review the relationship and have at least one meeting to discuss and outline if there are recommendations to strengthening the relationship and addressing the financial concerns.
And who is in that meeting?
It would be the same individuals within Keys to Change and the Office of Homeless Solutions, the representative from the Office of Homeless Solutions.
So in September, Rachel and Amy would meet? Is that all that?
Okay, I'll change the time. I'm just trying to have.
I just want to understand what the motion is.
The motion is at a date certain, we can determine the date. At a date certain, we review whether or not the first 3 conditions are working and if additional recommendations are needed to address strengthening the relationship and addressing the financial concerns.
And do you mind if we go to the Vice Mayor just to?
So, yeah, I have a question. If that is the change, what is our ability to enforce any recommendations that may come up at the end of Q3 in 2025, given the way the contract would be written then?
Mayor, members of council, so my understanding is we have a 30-day cancellation provision currently in the contract.
Without a reason?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so it's without a reason, then fine.
Okay, and then any council member who wants to talk to Rachel or provide input is free to do so.
And also, I'm asking, so if we think that September is not enough time, maybe we may get to the end of the calendar year, December of 2025. I'm just trying to come up with a solution that I feel is more palatable for me. It does not have to be agreed to. Does this work for you, D7? Okay.
Yes, it works. Yes, it works for me.
Because
we will be meeting, I will be meeting with the Keys campus no matter what.
So, Vice Mayor.
So the number 4 just doesn't put a limit on 3 or 6. If it is working if it's working, it's working. If it's not, then we have the option to request that non-voting board member seat. So if are we putting in 6 months or are we putting in the end of September? What's the time frame?
What do you think is an acceptable time frame?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, both of you.
I mean, I think by September we will know if all these are working. I think 6 months is an olive branch to show goodwill to our partners. So I personally think the end of the calendar year. So, and then come back and revisit. So end of calendar year.
So I would then, based on that, I would say it's until December 3rd, after the end of the calendar year of 2025, we have a conversation. But I don't think anything in this motion precludes the ability to have the conversation earlier if necessary.
No. Okay, so the motion and does the second agree? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we'll do a more structured review at the end of the calendar year, but everyone will keep reviewing and meeting throughout that time period. Okay, and Denise, we're clear with what the motion is?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, are we ready for roll call? Roll call.
Guardado. Mayor, can I explain my vote?
Please do.
Yes, I will be voting yes, but I would also like to thank Councilwoman Hernandez and Councilwoman Keisha Hodge Washington for always carrying the burden when it comes to homeless facilities and throughout our city. Just want to thank you guys for all of your hard work. Any support that you guys need, please let me know in which way we can be helpful to you guys. We know that it's a lot of work. It's asking a lot of you guys, and it's a lot asking from the community in the surrounding areas. And want to thank all of the partners that continue to do all this great work and to Rachel and Gina, thank you guys for all of the work that you guys continue to do day in and day out. And looking forward to seeing more facilities hopefully coming in districts where we don't have them, and hopefully just all of the enthusiasm that there was around this issue. Hopefully we have a lot more enthusiasm with more folks wanting to add more facilities in their districts. Thank you, and I'll be voting yes.
Hernandez.
Mayor?
Please do.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking staff for the hard work. I know that this is not an easy issue that we have to deal with, but since I've onboarded, you have all been available. Any questions that we ask, you are there and willing to answer, and working with us to figure out solutions that are acceptable to our office and how we serve our unsheltered residents. I also want to thank Amy and Myron and the entire Keys leadership team and the entire staff there. I know this work isn't easy, and having to work with elected officials is never easy because we are a lot to handle sometimes. But I think that you are an instrumental partner in really the services that are provided to our unsheltered residents and just our folks that are struggling with poverty. And, you know, I agree with you. We cannot solve homelessness on our own. Any of us can. We have to be really invested into solving the root cause of these. So I thank you for your partnership, for your willingness and openness to continuously meet with our office, provide us any information that we have requested. And I'm confident that moving forward, we're going to get to a place where it resolves everyone's issues and everybody can deliver the services to our people that we should be delivering and to the standards that is expected of our residents. So I am supporting this motion to renew it because under no circumstances is it ever acceptable to interrupt services. So I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Hodge Washington.
I feel like I've already explained my vote, but hopefully this is an opportunity for us to, we've identified those concerns and we realize the severity behind the need to be good partners, and hopefully we can come up with something that works, so I will be voting yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 59 is related to the Valley Youth Theater. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll turn to Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want everybody to be stressed out. These are actually good comments. I want to congratulate Valley Youth Theater and the city for moving this gold bond project forward. When this facility is finished, it will bring 2 theaters and close to 400 seats into District 7, which will be a great enhancement to our art scene and our investing back into Black and brown youth in the district. So I'm super excited to see the beautiful work that the youth at the Valley Theater will produce, and I expect to be invited to your very first production. I will sit front row and cheer everyone on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our bond continues to deliver for our community. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 60 is the authorization to amend the intergovernmental agreement with Maricopa County and a funding agreement with PCDIC for Senior Bridge Affordable Housing Project. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 60.
Second.
Turn to Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
I too have great comments. I just wanted to highlight this project. The Van Buren Corridor has long been in need of revitalization, and projects like the Senior Bridge not only provide affordable housing, but also signal to our community that long-term affordable and attainable housing investment in District 8 is the path forward. With 54 new units at Senior Bridge site, we are going to be providing safe, stable housing for those who need it most. And I'm so pleased that we have found a way to keep this project moving through strong community and county partnerships. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Inger Erickson and team who worked on us on the financing for this. It's a really nice design and a great show that we value our older adults and want them to have a safe place to call home. So thank you. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 61 is related to arts grants. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 61.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. This is an exciting one that includes a wide variety of nonprofits, schools, and more in our community. It's everything from the St. Patrick's Day Parade to Convergence Ballet to Herrera School Arts Program. So looking forward to supporting this. We do have one member of the public to testify. Ismael, the floor is yours. And thanks, you probably learned a lot more about Keys to Change than you were expecting.
Yeah, phew, right? I do have wonderful comments to say. I was a former arts and culture commissioner. I was termed out in 24. But I know that the work of Mr. Menchaca and the commission, that they do a lot of work. There's a lot of vetting when it comes to these arts grants. $1.6 million, $1.6 million of these dollars going back to the community. It's always good to hear, and I know I've been more of a hiatus now. I'm more on the sidelines, but I'm coming for something else later on. But I will say that these grants are very important. I remember when I started in 2018, we talked about equity in terms of funding, not just for certain districts, but for all districts. And over the time that I was there, I was happy to see that there were more organizations, and I see that there are more organizations that are knowing about these grants. And I even tell the people that I know are artists, hey, apply for a grant. You might, it could be a benefit, and it could be beneficial to the community. So I am one of these residents now, not as a commissioner, but as a resident, and come in support of this motion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for taking the time to serve on our commission and to testify. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 65 is multifamily housing revenue bonds. Vice Mayor.
I move to approve item 65.
Second.
Second.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you again, Mayor. Again, I also wanted to highlight this project. As many is probably evident, housing is one of our most urgent needs in this city. And this project brings new life to underutilized land and delivers 109 mixed income homes to the Edison Eastlake neighborhood, along with an on-site dental clinic and a Head Start program that supports healthy and early education. It's a win for our families, it's a win for housing stability, and it's a win for smart neighborhood investments. I also want to thank the team at the Housing Department and their partnership with the Phoenix IDA and Gorman and Company for helping us move closer to our choice neighborhood goal of replacing over 500 aging public housing units with more than 1,000 new homes. This development represents stability for working families, dignity for seniors, and a peace of mind for residents who want to stay rooted in the neighborhoods they call home. I'm proud to support this project and excited to see its long-term impact in District 8. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 72 should have been removed from the omnibus and was not, so I would entertain a motion to reconsider item 72.
I move to reconsider item 72.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Now we go to item 72. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on 72?
I move to approve item 72, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll turn to Councilwoman Hernandez for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in opposition to item 72, the approval of a $3 million contract for Proforce Marketing, doing business as Proforce Law Enforcement, a company that supplies firearms, ammunition, duty belts, handcuffs, and other tactical equipment to the Phoenix Police Department. Let's not sanitize what this is. This isn't just procurement. This is a massive investment in tools of state violence, in guns, ammo, and physical restraints for our community members. The U.S. Department of Justice has documented that Phoenix Police Department has a long and ongoing pattern of unconstitutional and discriminatory violence, especially towards Black, brown, and unsheltered communities in Phoenix. The department has created and fostered a culture of violence. The DOJ report made it clear that Phoenix PD engages in disproportionate use of deadly force, unjustified stops, and excessive punishment against our most vulnerable residents. And the name of the vendor alone, pro-force law enforcement, captures the violence that the department demonstrates. Violence first, then ask questions later. As a city, we have not done enough to offset the damage that the DOJ outlined in order for us to move forward with this item. No community reparations, no independent oversight with actual teeth, and not enough reinvestments into non-carceral responses and community services. The people of Phoenix deserve safety, but real safety that doesn't come from an organization who says they are dedicated to public safety, but engage in pro-force tactics to subdue its residents. We should be pro-housing, pro-healthcare, pro-mental health crisis response, pro-public transit, and pro-dignity, and especially pro-community. At what point will we think twice about continuing to expand the police state? I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
No.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Item 78 is related to traffic safety. I'll turn to our Transportation Chairwoman, Deborah Stark, for a motion.
I move to approve item 78.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I have two questions for staff on this item. Thank you. I think you got your steps in, Brandy, on the way down. Thank you. My first question, who will determine what areas the photo enforcement cameras are placed in?
Members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, it's all based on data. So we're looking at 3 years of crash data to then make that determination.
Okay. So using the data, will I, as a council member, or any other of my colleagues, be able to have flexibility to decide where in the district these cameras are placed?
That's a great question. Thank you, council members. At the October 2024 meeting, the council gave direction that they really wanted it to be data-based. However, we know that there might be some locations that from an engineering perspective, we can't put it somewhere. And so those are the decisions we would be making and not be subjective to what and where they go.
Okay. You know, I just have a concern around the data piece of that because, you know, for example, in D7, there are complete neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks, that don't have the proper infrastructure that has been invested into the years. So I'm concerned on how the data would show like what areas need this. It would also be areas that are Black and brown, that are working families that could be negatively impacted by fines. So I guess just looking for more clarity there because of the concerns around how that data could translate out to pinpoint locations. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Thank you, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez. The data that we'd be looking for is more crash related and speed data and not necessarily existing infrastructure. However, we would, when we go to place an item, we would look to see what engineering infrastructure is there and whether it would impede in any way the decision. A lot of the, especially the vehicles, are around schools, and we do know that there are some instances where putting a vehicle to do speed during a school doesn't fit with what's already there in the built environment.
Thank you, Brandy.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that some people's preferences for police officers to monitor traffic rather than cameras. Quite frankly, that would be my preference. And the reality is we don't have enough officers. Phoenix has 28 dedicated motor officers assigned to speed and traffic enforcement, and we have more than 5,000 miles. Let that sink in. Fewer than 30 officers covering more than 5,000 miles of streets. It's impossible for police to be at every intersection. This technology will help to fill the void. The data shows that red light cameras significantly reduce deadly T-bone collisions. One study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety found cameras reduced the rate of red light crashes that ended with someone dead by more than 20%. 3 intersections in my district have some of the highest rates of red light crashes in the city: 43rd Avenue in Dunlap, 43rd Avenue in Peoria, and 31st Avenue in Thunderbird. I look forward to using this technology to improve safety for everyone: drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. In New York City, speed cameras near schools led to a reduction in speeding by more than 70% and a nearly 20% decrease in crashes that resulted in injuries. These are the kinds of results we need in Phoenix, especially near our schools. A study by AAA found automated speed enforcement cut the number of cars speeding more than 10 miles per hour by nearly 50%. These cameras work, and they work fast. The same AAA study found positive public opinion grew over time when camera programs were data-driven and transparent. And that's what we're doing in Phoenix. Cameras will be used in locations where the data show the most crashes. Data will be reviewed every 6 months to ensure photo enforcement is geared at the areas where we can make the biggest impact. This program is about prevention. We want to prevent the loss of property and loss of life. It's designed to be revenue neutral, meaning the city is not out to make money off of this. It is designed to pay for itself. Should there be net revenue, it will be invested into traffic safety programs. Phoenix has a responsibility to act now. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're following proven practices from other major cities to protect drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. If we don't act, we're accepting the status quo, and the status quo means more injuries and more deaths. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, well said. I think you took away some of my thunder by your comments. But I too would prefer not to have automated enforcement, but we do not have enough motors. We're not the only city experiencing this either. There was a time when we had a full force of motors and people really respected the rules of the road. It's just not happening anymore. I see people that come up to a yellow light and they just think it's a mere suggestion and they can go ahead and go through a red light. This behavior has to stop. And I think, if anything, seeing what happened in Tempe when they put up their automated enforcement, 2,200 tickets within 3 weeks. We've got to change behavior on our roads. We have to protect pedestrians, we have to protect bicyclists, and we have to protect our motorists. So this is a means to do that. Hopefully, as we move forward, we still look at different ways to better engineer our roads and that we can recruit enough motors. But right now, I think it's necessary that we have this tool. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you for your passion to make sure we have safer streets, saving lives. And this has been a real passion. Saving lives on our city streets have been a real passion for so many of my colleagues. Councilman Robinson gets called on time and time again to provide his perspective on this issue, and we deeply appreciate your leadership on this as well. Do you want to comment? Thank you for your leadership, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Stark said it best that Vice Mayor O'Brien said it all. She really did. And what I'm going to do is change it a little bit and put a little bit of different perspective. And I'm speaking with 36 and a half years of law enforcement experience. And that experience tells me that if you're going to change behavior, if you're going to change the way people drive, if you are going to make them obey the traffic laws, if you're going to make them drive slower, not run those yellow and red lights, there has to be a consequence for the action. And when we put the cameras out, when we're able to, and we have already committed to ensuring that there is a significant educational process as we do it and before we do it, that will make a difference. There's little doubt in my mind that we will see almost immediately a change in driving behavior. Law enforcement experience has taught me that. The experience that other cities are experiencing, that they are seeing, that changes things. And as, I don't remember if the Vice Mayor said it or Councilwoman Stark, if we're okay with the status quo, if we're okay, I get the reports from Commander Fortune every day, if we're okay with people dying with regularity and you look at as to why it's happening, it's because of the way people drive. We can change that. We have an opportunity to really make an impact. And Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your leadership. Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. Benefit of going after most of my points have been covered, but there's a couple things I do want to just have us explain for the community. What happens to the infrastructure investment that we make in this situation, in this contract, if there is future legislation that goes against the deployment of these safety cameras?
Members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, Phoenix isn't actually purchasing any infrastructure. It's all the vendor doing that. We're paying a service fee to them for that infrastructure.
So if if our legislature or goes to a referendum where it is deemed that this is not an acceptable mechanism in our city anymore, we would not lose any additional funds other than what we've already paid for the service fee. Is that correct?
Council members in Hodge Washington, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the application of this. Many of this is mentioned we should change the driver behavior, whether or not that's slowing down or to be more focused on the road. What mechanism are we intending to track, or what metrics are we intending to track to show that, to see whether or not driver behavior is actually changing over time at these sites, or are they just being shifted to another location?
Members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, as mentioned earlier, our plan is to look at the data every 6 months, mostly on the HIN, the high injury network, but we'll also be looking overall to make sure that new locations don't come onto the HIN. But we'll be looking at that to see if we can see that behavior. In addition, you might recall that the council authorized as part of this an educational program in which we'll be doing a website and social media and other things to also enforce that change in behavior.
Thank you. Actually preempted my other question, which was about the efforts to educate the community ahead of the deployment of these cameras. I too, I'm in support of this program because it's about changing driver behavior for the safety of all that use our roadways, from our motorists, our pedestrians, and our bicyclists. I too was taken back by the number of violations that the city of Tempe saw within the first 2 weeks of deployment. 2,200 violations in 2 weeks definitely got my attention. And in speaking to those that were privy to this, one of the things that they said to them, and it reckoned for me, was it shows how serious of a problem we have with distracted drivers. The drivers are not paying attention. It's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, that the design of this program is a driver has to be going 11 miles over the speed limit, and they have to pass 2 clearly marked warning signs before the system even triggers. That means that these cameras are focused on drivers who are truly distracted or not engaged in this process as they drive. And it's similar if they are ignoring the warning signs for cameras, they also are missing a potential pedestrian crossing the street, or another motorist entering the roadway, or a cyclist also sharing that street. So I think this is an important part of our traffic enforcement strategy, and I want to make sure that we do this in a way that's effective and equitable. And I think, like as you mentioned, you're focusing on the high injury network, and I just want to make sure that we continue to focus on our most dangerous intersections, but not only limited to that, but we ensure that we're not transitioning that behavior to another location. So I wanted to just say I'm in support of this program, and especially for me, once I heard and saw what happened in Tempe and understanding more about it, I do agree that we don't want to financially be punitive to disenfranchised population, but we also want to make sure that the roadways are safe for all in all neighborhoods. So I am in support of this. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to share my comments.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado. Yes. Hernandez.
Mayor, may I?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. I am opposed to photo radar because I have not seen enough data that this will be a solution to pedestrian safety because it does nothing to encourage less vehicles on the road. This is not a solution that will make our streets safer. I also still have many privacy and surveillance concerns around this issue. I am supportive of building infrastructure in our city that prioritizes people over cars. I believe in investing in streetlights, crosswalks, bike lanes, hawks, roundabouts, more bus routes, free public transportation, and more safety education for residents that use all of our roads. All of these measures would actually slow cars down, reduce traffic, and move our city towards safety and sustainability. As I previously mentioned, there are communities that have been historically underinvested, where we don't even have sidewalks or proper street infrastructure in place in 2025, and that is existing across District 7. I also do not believe in criminalizing and ticketing our residents. It has never proven to make us safer, especially when residents know how to avoid the serving of the tickets, which I still don't believe there is a solid way to make sure the enforcement on the ticketing side happens. Finally, the state legislature has made it clear that they plan to preempt the city on this photo radar and all traffic enforcement cameras. I believe it is financially irresponsible for us to invest $12 million in equipment and infrastructure and jobs when the state will make our investment obsolete in the next 2 years. I think it is rather a better decision to invest our tax dollars into real investments and not into surveillance and criminalization around our most vulnerable communities. I vote no.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. I apologize. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-1.
Thank you. The council sometimes takes a break at the 3-hour mark. We have sort of several items to go, but 2 main ones. Would we like to power through or break? Okay, so then a quick break after we will do the motel conversion, item 93, and then do a quick break? Okay.
And Mayor, I will be leaving at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So we'll get through this one and then I'll be gone.
All right, more good news for senior housing. Item 93, I'll turn to Councilman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion on item 93.
Second.
Motion and a second, and I'll recognize you for comments, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to share that we are moving forward with this project that will provide 126 units of permanent senior housing in District 5. This initiative will prioritize low-income seniors aged 55 and older, converting a former hotel into a safe, comfortable home for those who need it most. It is exciting to see this critical, needed housing opportunity with on-site services, offering seniors security and dignity in their later years. This development project is located next to the Haven and Innovation 27 Workforce Training Education Center. Collectively, these projects will introduce affordable housing, create new job opportunities, and enhance local infrastructure, fostering economic growth and improving quality of life. And they are all collocated. Together, these initiatives represent a powerful step forward in revitalizing the neighborhood and empowering its residents for years to come. Thank you to everyone who has supported this mission and the project. Our seniors deserve the best, and we're committed to making it happen. I would like to thank Assistant City Manager Inger Erickson, Deputy City Manager Gina Montes, Human Services Department, City Engineer, for their commitment to the neighborhood and for creating opportunities for our residents to flourish. I would also like to thank VIP Coalition, Washington Park Neighborhood Association, Ocotillo Glen Community Alliance, North Glen Square, Alta Vista Block Watch, Glen Canyon Vista Block Watch, for their continued support on these vital projects in our community. And again, let's remember, we can always get our neighbors to say yes in my backyard. These neighbors have definitely put in the work to making changes in their community, and very excited for this item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Congratulations. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
All right. It is 12:54. We will be back at 1:05. Brief recess.
Good afternoon. Thank you. If you could please find your seats, we will begin in about 1 minute.
And for my colleagues, we will begin with another roll call. Welcome back to the July 2nd council meeting. I'll call the meeting order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Here.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Here.
Councilwoman Pastor. Councilman Robinson.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We appreciate everyone's patience. We'll now go to item 104 and 105. These are related items. We will have one public hearing but 2 votes. That'll be the same for 107 and 108. One public hearing, 2 votes. We'll open the public hearing. I do not believe we have anyone to testify. We will close the public hearing. I'll turn to Councilwoman Stark for motions. First, item 104.
First, item 104, I move to approve per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Item 105.
Thank you. On 105, I move to approve this item per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right. Item 106 is a public hearing at the southeast corner of 33rd Avenue and Dynamite Road. Vice Mayor, do we need a staff report on this one?
Yes, please.
All right, we will ask our Planning and Development Director, Josh Bednarik, to come forward.
Mayor, members of the council, I'll turn to our Deputy Director, Tricia Gomes, to provide an overview of the request.
Did it just go?
almost there. We're just having some issues with the clicker.
Apologize. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Item 106 is Z-4-25-1, a request to rezone 10.07 acres located approximately 330 feet south of the southwest corner of 33rd Avenue and Dynamite Boulevard from S1 to R110 for single-family residential. To the north, south, west, and east are single-family residence zoned S1. To the east is a vacant lot proposed for single-family residential zoned R110. The proposal is for a 30-lot single-family residential community. The conceptual site plan depicts 2 east-west streets and 1 north-south. The northernmost east-west street will extend through the adjacent property to the east, which will be developed at the same time as the subject site. The Deer Valley Village Planning Committee was scheduled to hear this on May 20th, 2025, but did not have quorum. The Planning Commission heard this item on June 5th, 2025, and recommended approval per the staff recommendation by a vote of 8-1. Staff recommends approval per the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the related ordinance. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll go to the public hearing now. We'll open the public hearing. On this one, we will have presentations from both sides. You can have up to 10 minutes. You may use slides during your presentation, and then everyone who didn't speak during the presentation will have 2 minutes after, no slides for that portion. You can use your 10 minutes with one speaker, or you can divide it up as many times with as many speakers as you'd like, but if you speak during the presentation, we will not call you again after the presentation. We will begin with the applicant, who can reserve up to 2 minutes of time for comments at the end. Mr. Greathouse.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And thank you, Tricia, for making that great presentation. We couldn't agree more with the staff's findings in the staff report. We appreciate staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission's recommendations of approval on this one, and we accept stipulations 1 through 17 that are detailed in the staff report. I'm Brian Greathouse. Our firm represents Morning Vista Homes on this development that is shown in red outlines on this slide here. And as we drill in a little bit closer, as Tricia showed a second ago, Part 2 is the subject of this rezoning case. But Part 1 is important, and it's instructive on how we got to Part 2. Part 1 was approved unanimously by this council approximately 1.5 years ago. It was also zoned from S1 to R110 like we're requesting today on Part 2. During that Part 1 case, there was a significant amount of more opposition than we have today. I understand there's 5-ish folks here today to speak. During that Part 1 case, we brought the height of the buildings down to single story. We limited the density to 3 dwelling units per acre, and we eliminated a portion of the site that was north of where Part 1 is located today. When our client came to us and said, we're going to move forward with Part 2, we came up with a plan to do the same thing that was important in Part 1 and carry that over to Part 2. So that's why there's stipulations today for single-story homes. That's why it's limited to a little bit less than 3 dwelling units per acre, and we're proposing 30 high-quality single-family homes on this site. This is the landscape plan. As you can see, the streetscapes will be nicely landscaped. The common retention area and amenity area will also be landscaped. The homes will be very nice, kind of a modern rural feel to them. The interiors will be very high quality as well. A very key aspect of this case is that 33rd Avenue is the line between what is designated 0 to 2 dwelling units per acre and what is designated 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre. This site is squarely in the area for 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre. What we're proposing is a little less than 3 dwelling units per acre, so it's on the low end of that range, very compatible and consistent with what the voters approved in the general plan. If you also look around the zoning from I-17 west, you'll see a lot of R16, R18, and some other R110 zoning districts. So we're also consistent and compatible with the surrounding patterns of development. Communication with neighbors was very important to this case. Bilstein Consulting was knocking on doors before we even filed an application. We held a neighborhood meeting, one-on-one meetings, group meetings, and constant conversations have occurred since we first filed the application. We met with Vice Mayor, D1 Chief of Staff, the neighbors, and their attorney back on June 5th, and although we didn't get to agreement on everything, we came to agreement on a lot of items that were here today with stipulations and agreements on what we will provide. That is the conclusion of our brief presentation. We request your approval here today, and I would like to reserve some time for rebuttal if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
believe Mr. Lasota is presenting next. That's right.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And can we have our presentation, please? Oh, thank you. Okay. I am Tim Lasota. I'm here on behalf of a number of residents in this community, including Jacob Gant, the Joneses, and the Vaughns, who are here to testify today. You'll hear from them a little bit later. One note I wanted to make to the mayor, some of them signed up under item 108 mistakenly, so I'm hoping they can still be called up to testify. I didn't want to forget to mention that. But at any rate, I did want to start sort of taking you through this presentation. Now, what Mr. Greathouse said, we did meet. Unfortunately, we didn't really feel like we had someone we could negotiate with. When I went out there, this is what I found. It's a great community, and this gentleman was just on horseback riding. One of the things you did hear is that it is largely S1 in this area, which is 1 house per acre. We understand that the times change, and that's why my client had basically put forward a proposal to allow double that my client would support. And then finally, and I'll show you this letter that I sent, is where we talked about, hey, we're going to go to R118. So essentially, we asked for what we consider a small concession here, and we don't think we got it. I also wanted to mention that, and I put this in a letter to the applicant, that, hey, we have a, well, and it doesn't look like this is our presentation. Did I switch it out?
Let's go ahead and pause the clock.
I'm sorry about that. Now it is. Okay. Okay. So you see the site. But, you know, one of the things and this is the letter I sent, we would propose R118 zoning for the site, which we think is a significant improvement on what the applicant has now. The applicant has R143. Unfortunately, I got a terse letter back, and this is after we had to sort of almost beg for a meeting with the applicant to ask them, hey, you know what, we can support a project, we just don't support the type of density you're asking for. So we think we've made the efforts. One of the things that also, no village planning committee here, and no Prop 207 waiver, and no site plan that meets the code. And I'll get to all those items. The first is the village planning committee, no quorum, and the chair asked the applicant to come back when there was a quorum, and the chair said no. So if we look at their application, it's, in my opinion, it's very limited. And we don't have a waiver of 207 claims. And why don't we have that? That's a curiosity for us. Staff normally requires it, but in this instance, they decide not to. So, and we're going to put it in a stipulation. I have serious questions about whether this stipulation would actually survive legal scrutiny. Why not just have the person sign the Prop 207 waiver now? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think that asking them to sign later is just asking for legal trouble. What if the applicant says, well, thanks for giving me this rezoning, I'm not signing any waiver? I don't know where that'll leave us. There are important stipulations in here, so the Prop 207 waiver should have been submitted instead of relying on an after the zoning change waiver. The site plan requirements, section 506B5A5, is very clear. We need building configuration and heights, setbacks, landscaped areas, appropriate calculations, parking, lot coverage. So if we go through and we actually, the staff report actually notes this, that we have they do not list any of these things. They don't list elevations. What the staff report says on that topic is, well, they provided us elevations initially, and then they took the elevations out, and they're going to go in a different direction. But as of now, we don't have elevations for you. That's what the staff report actually says. We don't have parking calculations. The staff report also notes that. And we don't have a site plan. So I think if you look at all this and you put it all together, and today we actually had people out there who are apparently looking at buying the site. So we've got an applicant that didn't turn in a real site plan in violation of the Phoenix zoning code, didn't want to go back to the village planning committee, is trying to rush this process through, has a certain number they want to hit. And what is that number? I think the bottom line here is they always say things need to pencil, but they've not shown us any examples of what they need to actually pencil. So it's just take our word for it. We're going to show up hat in hand asking for a zoning change, but we're not going to execute your Prop 207 waiver. We'll get to that later if the city can enforce that. We're not really going to do a site plan. We're not really going to give you elevations. We're not going to do these calculations. We're just going to give you what's essentially a very rudimentary plat. So I think those are essentially the legal points. I think this thing, when you're asking for a zoning change, what I think a major increase in density, I think it's incumbent on you to come up with all these things and to actually go forward with what the city has requested, and that's just not happened. So with that, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time for, I'd like to call Mary Vaughn up to finish out the talking on this subject, but I'd ask that you turn this project down. I don't think this will be the end of the project. I think we have had discussions. They just haven't gone anywhere. I think please turn this project down today, and we will, and then we can get back, roll up our sleeves, and get down to something that works with this applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, if we could pull back up the presentation. So, thank you. All right, so how do I operate it here?
She gets the final 3 minutes. Great.
That's fine. Yes, I think we need less than that. So ultimately, myself and my neighbors in the neighborhood, and I live at 3209 West Oberlin, our concerns with this is the lack of understanding on what's actually going in there, as well as the impact it's going to have to us from a density perspective. So how do I flip through the pages here? If you could help me with that, someone? Scroll down. Sorry. Can we stop the clock for a second? That. Okay, perfect. All right. So Tim went through the legal components of this. I want to show you what the actual neighborhood is here. We are in an area which primarily there isn't any reason to go north in the neighborhood unless you live there. But what you do have is getting to the freeway, which is primarily how everyone is going to go to work or grocery store or whatever they need to do. They're going to have to cut through here to get on Oberlin to get down to the freeway. Here's what Oberlin looks like. It is one lane, and when it rains, this is what happens to our street. And we do not have the ability for two cars to go up and down at the same time. And we're going to have all of this additional traffic push through our street and our neighborhood. And we did not get the opportunity to have the village plan. We believe that there would be tremendous growth is possible for our neighborhood, but we need to get this infrastructure in place first. This is where we live. This is my house and my street, and you're going to add potentially 30 to 40 cars on it. I would say these are the houses on our street and our neighborhood, and what we've gotten from them is essentially pictures off the internet of nice houses. That's it. So we will let my time go. If there's anything else, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I will try to get everyone who is under 108 but may need help. If I miss anyone, we'll go with Jacob Gant next, followed by Rick Jones.
I had my notes in here that said good morning, but it's now afternoon, so good afternoon. My name is Jacob Gant, and I live on 3231 West Dynamite, 33rd and Dynamite. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to this zoning case as I'm directly affected by this rezoning. They wrote on there that on their findings, the proposal is consistent with the surrounding zoning districts. It's literally sandwiched in between S1 zoning, so that just doesn't make sense to me, unfortunately. They also talk about the elevations and saying like the elevations are going to be there. Staff recommends stipulation number 2 and number 3 to ensure elevations contain enhanced design features, and that be maximum height of the buildings no more than 20 feet. And so that just doesn't seem like it's on there for the elevations for the enhanced design features on there. I want to mention that there could be a potential flooding issue on the lower left-hand corner. It's the southwest corner of the site plans that they did provide. They wrote on there that it says that the water retention basin is for drainage, but then also track C is for drainage. So when they had a response to us, they had said that the stormwater will be retained on site and should improve drainage conditions for the area. So we have two different statements here, it looks like, for the site plans and for what they stated on there. So that just doesn't seem correct. So I just want to let you know that the flooding, if it does flood in that track C area, it's going to go down to Oberlin and it's going to severely flood Oberlin. There's also going to be headlight issues where they have the streets going towards the houses. They didn't want to work with us to maybe like guide those streets around. So there's going to be a lot of headlight issues and so forth. And yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rick is next, followed by Sean.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Jones. My wife Andrea and I live at 27807 North 33rd Avenue for 11 years. We built a home here, we built our business here, and my wife, after 25 years of teaching, is retiring here. I was preparing this last night and I felt very angry, frustrated, and helpless. I wanted to attack business reputation, I wanted to attack the process, I wanted to question ethics, and I wanted to question donations. Then I remembered why I got involved. I wanted to improve the infrastructure of our community. Roads, sidewalks, drainage, curb appeal. I felt this was the perfect opportunity to negotiate some much needed revitalization. After all, what developer wouldn't want to invest in neighborhood appearances versus legal fees and lobbyists? What I found through the process was fear. Fear of being vulnerable, fear of looking weak, so you become inflexible. Fear of losing a case, you accuse a stranger of vandalizing a sign. Fear of not being successful, you rationalize profit over people. Fear of voting against a colleague, so you follow instead of lead. Fear tears people and communities apart and often hides the truth. They divide, they harbor hate, they make compromise impossible. Last night I realized I don't want to live in fear, so I'm asking the leaders for a no vote, not to determine a winner or a loser, but to send a message that fear is not a healthy path forward. No fear of flood zones, no fear of setbacks, no fear of colleagues voting against you in the future, no fear of legal repercussions. I'm confident with a no vote, we can return to this board in a short time with a development plan that can be used for developments as an example of community working together for a better Phoenix. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean is next.
Mayor, council members, good afternoon. My name is Sean Seshia, and I live on 3225 West Oberlin Way. I want to first thank you for giving us the opportunity to listen to our concerns. We are here simply asking you to consider the approval that you have granted them before for the R10 zoning. We understand the city is, in favor of expansion and development, and we're all for it. We support that. But we're here, we're asking you instead considering, to approve an R18 at the minimum for this project. As a real estate broker with over 25 years in experience in the Valley, our concern is this development will it will affect the value of our properties, in general. It will devaluate our homes. It will make them less attractive to future buyers that they're looking for that kind of environment, that kind of area to live in. Also, that is going to cause more traffic, is going to cause more problems to our street, Oberlin Way. You've seen the flooding. The smallest source, the street is so small. You can only drive one car, each, one direction. So all the stuff, is going to affect us negatively. And all I'm asking is to please reject their application, and we're okay with the R18. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe that is all our speakers on this item. We'll close the public hearing and turn to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So could we start by addressing some of the issues that Mr. Lasota brought up? Let's start with the Prop 207 waiver.
And I apologize. Are you? I think you.
Oh, Mr. Greathouse.
Did you need a rebut? Are you good?
Apologize.
If you don't mind.
Okay. Can I just reopen the public hearing? I'm sorry.
Just 30 seconds worth. Our application was deemed complete by city staff. We met all the requirements. The assertions that are made in the letter we do not agree with at all. And we received that letter yesterday. We've been through all the issues, and we believe this is not a dense development. It's a very low density development at the low medium scale. And we'll deal with drainage improvements. We've got an improved traffic study, design of homes. All those things are dealt with down the road, not at the rezoning level. Thank you very much.
And I guess while you're there, have you signed a 207 waiver?
We have not.
Okay. Is there a problem?
No, there's not. There's a stipulation that requires the 207 to be signed before preliminary site plan approval. Okay. Yeah.
Close the public hearing.
So, sorry, back to the Prop 207. They've not signed it. There's stipulation. Is there something, is that normal practice?
Yeah. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, that is our standard practice. Typically, we will include a stipulation in all rezoning cases to provide a Prop 207 prior to preliminary.
Okay. And then relative to the site plan, can you address that concern?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Yes, site plans that are submitted as part of the rezoning are conceptual. All the, so it does provide information like lot layout, lot widths, location of open space, things of that nature. The specific details you get more granular in the site plan review process.
Okay, so again, this is normal
correct
procedure for how we do this. Can we talk about the flooding issue that the neighbors brought up?
Mayor, Vice Mayor O'Brien, members of the council, as Trish mentioned, the site, as it proceeds through our review process, will go through a thorough review on all things related to single-family design review, traffic, and grading and drainage. And they will need to demonstrate that all on-site retention will be retained on-site. And so the drainage facilities will go through a thorough review with our engineers and ensure that the water that they capture on-site will be retained on-site.
So I feel like, especially in District 1, and there are some other districts, but that whenever I get a rezoning case, that we are sharing the same worst kept secret in Phoenix, and that is Phoenix is growing. We're growing by leaps and bounds. And there are only two ways we can grow. They're up or out. In either case, we continue to hear from residents in that particular area that they don't want the growth. Unfortunately, we can't stop growing and maintain the types of economic development that we have and tell people they can't come live here. We can't continue to stick our heads in the sand and pretend new jobs and new residents don't exist and that we're not in a housing crisis with a lack of housing from affordable up to market rate. This project is a good project that will only benefit the community. After having met with a couple of the community members, reading their emails, and speaking with their attorney, there are some valid concerns for their neighborhood. The streets are not fully built out, as evidenced by the photos that were shown. They experience major flooding during rainstorms, and there are no sidewalks or ADA walking path accessible throughout the community. I understand that development pays for themselves, but in this case, for this community, they're not going to develop. And we as a city need to look at alternatives like evaluating the cost and rolling this into a future capital improvement project. I've also heard the residents and their desire to maintain a rural feel for their community. So I've had conversations with the street department, and I have some questions for the applicant. So Mr. Greathouse, if you could please come back to the podium. Would your client be willing to explore alternative options for a more rural feel for the required streets improvements, including curb, gutter, and sidewalks? Because I agree that the standard 6-inch step up and sidewalks just don't match this rural area.
Absolutely, and we'll pursue those options, and the final design will be designed in the future, so I don't know exactly what those will be, but it has to be approved by the planning and engineering department.
Okay, and can we have Eric come to the table?
Eric Froberg, City Engineer.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. My staff's been working with you on a non-standard concept for these road improvements. Can you explain to us here today and those listening at home what a ribbon gutter is and further detail what this new standard may set for their neighborhood?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So we did have some conversations with your office, and there are alternative sections that we could look at to fit more with the rural kind of feel and the community that is out there. Ribbon curb is essentially a strip of concrete that has a slight depression in it that would help with drainage, but doesn't necessarily require the 6-inch vertical difference that you're talking about. It helps to provide a buffer for where the pavement comes up against so that the pavement doesn't degrade at the edges and those types of things. So there are a couple different ways we could go with that. Some of it will depend on the engineering that is associated of how wide that ribbon curb may be, but those are all things that can be determined during design.
And is this new design something that would meet the expectation of traditional street improvements?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, while it doesn't follow the currently approved street classification cross-sections, it has been used in other locations in the city, so it would be acceptable as long as it meets drainage and some of those other requirements.
Okay. Mr. Greathouse, in order for this to be done, it would require a stipulation to be added to force your client to apply to a technical appeal to the suburban ordinance to receive staff approval for this design concept, which we just heard from the city engineer would be appropriate. If this new design results in some cost savings, would your client be willing to lay down some sort of sealant on the road portion of Oberlin Way as a show of good faith to your future neighbors?
Our client is not here tonight or this afternoon, but we would recommend that he agree to apply those savings over to Oberlin for a dust proofing or some type of surface that's agreed upon.
Okay. Additionally, I have requested streets to do an analysis of the cost to improve the roads in this area, as well as sidewalks and gutters, because they are an area that, unless something like this development comes in, does not ever see improvements. And I have received commitment from city management that we would work on incorporating this into a future CIP to ensure that this neighborhood has safe streets as well, that are not just single car streets. So I think that this is a good compromise and will set the future standard for what road improvements can and will look like for this area. I've asked, as I just said, what streets. Once we get those numbers back, I am committed to working with city management for the CIP. These residents pay the same taxes as all the other residents in Phoenix, but they're burdened with half-built streets and localized flooding and unsafe pedestrian conditions because of our policy that development pays for themselves and where they just happen to live. So I look forward to setting a new standard for how Phoenix develops and what quality of life we provide our new residents as well as our existing residents. With that, I am ready to make my motion. I move to approve Z425-1 per the Planning Commission recommendation with the following additional stipulation as follows. The developer shall file for and actively pursue a technical appeal for an alternative street design to accommodate roadway drainage that reflects a rural design and adopt the related ordinance.
Thank you. We have a second. And just to confirm with that stipulation, if the technical appeal is successful, they would be required to do the street upgrade, and Josh is nodding that that is the case. All right. And Vice Mayor, very much appreciate your hard work on this. I will happily work with you to make sure we can get the funding in this, and then so for your neighbors, for your time, hopefully a better street and less flooding will help the neighborhood, and we can talk to Supervisor Brophy McGee, who I believe represents this area in the county, which manages the flood control district. So we'll try to get something. Also want to apologize for the lack of quorum at the Village Planning Commission, committed to trying to get that addressed as well. So for the gentleman who said he didn't want to complain about the process, it would be fair to complain about the process. All right, we have motion a second. Roll call.
Guardado.
Mayor, I just have a quick question for Josh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Josh, I'm looking at the staff report, and I just want to confirm that I'm reading this correctly. The standard requirements in the R110 have a certain max requirements. In reading this, it looks like the proposed site plan falls under those standard requirements, which to me that translates that the project wouldn't even meet the high end of the density that they could build in this project. Is my interpretation correct?
Mayor, Councilwoman Hernandez, members of the council, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. We will now go to items 107 and 108. These are both related to to data centers. We will have one hearing, but to 2 votes. There's a general plan amendment, 107, and 108 is the ordinance. I will welcome our Deputy City Manager, Ellen Stevenson, forward to introduce the item and the folks who are at the table.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As you stated, items 107 and 108 are related, will be heard together, and then separate actions. Item 107 is a general plan amendment to establish policy guidance for data centers. Item 108 is a text amendment to the zoning ordinance to add data centers as a permitted use in the ordinance and establish regulations for this use. Up here at the table with me, I have Josh Bednarik, the Planning and Development Director, Tricia Gomes, the Planning and Development Department Deputy Director, and Andrew McGuire, who's outside counsel on this issue from the law firm of Gus Rosenfeld. With that, I will now turn it over to Josh, who's going to walk us through the presentation here, and then the team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Mayor, members of the council, as we discussed back in December last year, there are a variety of reasons that a policy and regulatory framework are needed in Phoenix for data centers. The first and foremost reason is for the health and safety of Phoenix residents. The report you received in your packet summarized the health and safety impacts of data centers. These impacts are significant and include the stability of the electrical grid, given the significant demand data centers have for electrical power, fire safety, given the size and complexity of these facilities, challenges with fire resource capacity in some parts of the city, and potential for hazardous materials on site, utilization of on-site power from diesel to nuclear along with battery storage, the water demand that could be needed at the data center or by our utility providers to supply electricity to power dry cooling systems. Analysis has shown that large data centers can use anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million gallons of water a day, or the equivalent of 8,000 homes. Security risks at facilities with valuable and sensitive data, loss of land for services such as healthcare and access to healthy food, and noise pollution from the servers, cooling systems, and generators. Many of the health and safety impacts are driven by a dramatic change in the scale and intensity of data centers in the last 15 years. Data centers used to look like offices. On the screen is an example of one of these office-like data centers on 3rd Street just south of Indian School Road. Built in 2010 and approximately 6.9 acres in size, it's a great example of the scale and intensity of what data centers used to be. The next slide gives you an example of the dramatic change we are seeing in data center development. The subject data center is on 40th Street, just north of Loop 202 freeway. Construction started on the facility in 2023. It's more than 80 acres in size and requires its own dedicated electrical substation. Lastly, as we discussed back in December, data centers are not addressed in the Phoenix zoning ordinance, so their unique characteristics are not being addressed in the development process. As documented in the Health and Safety Report, APS and SRP report that they currently have more than 15 gigawatts and 17 gigawatts of load requests from new data centers, respectively. Consider that the total capacity of each utility is currently less than 10 gigawatts, and it becomes very obvious that many pending data centers will have to include on-site power plants. This is a clear contrast with the traditional office use and requires a different level of development review to protect public health and safety. The lack of any sort of policy or regulatory framework, coupled with a tremendous demand for electricity from the data center industry, highlights the urgency needed for a framework to be in place. The framework has 2 parts. Part 1 is the general plan policy with the general plan amendment. Part 2 is the zoning ordinance update with the text amendment. The general plan policy will be used to evaluate the future special permit request or major amendments to PUDs. The proposed general plan policies focus on location criteria and design. The text amendment has 4 main provisions: adds data center as a listed use to the zoning ordinance, establishes a definition for data centers, requires a special permit for a data center use, and institutes performance standards aimed at mitigating the threats to public health and safety we have seen in other jurisdictions. The text amendment also includes site and design requirements, including building and landscape setbacks. Before and during the public hearing process, staff held 3 stakeholder listening sessions. The general plan amendment and text amendment were reviewed by 14 of the 15 village planning committees. The general plan amendment was recommended for approval with direction by a vote of 10 VPCs and recommended for denial by 4 of the VPCs. The text amendment was recommended for approval of modifications or approval with direction by 7 of the VPCs, and recommended for denial or denial with direction by 7 of the VPCs. Many of the recommendations for denial of the general plan and text amendment were regarding a request for additional time for review. The Planning Commission unanimously approved both the general plan amendment and text amendment with some modifications. For the general plan amendment, language regarding utility agreements was updated along with removing reference to a specific energy efficiency code. For the text amendment, the Commission approved new language regarding exemptions for projects with final site plan approval or PUDs with a data center use delineated. Commission approval also included clarifying language regarding the types of utility lines that could be undergrounded, the addition of a specific noise standard via stipulation, and replacement of the requirement for a will serve letter from utility within 2 years to an agreement with a utility for service. You are in receipt of 2 memos that propose changes to the Planning Commission approved language. The June 26, 2025 memo added language regarding updated noise standards and special permit evaluation requirements and enforcement language. The July 1st, 2025 memo captures all the language from the June 26 memo with the following additions. Modification to the definition for a data center to increase the threshold for projects like corporate campuses to have data service facilities from 10 to 25%, with additional limitations including a maximum size of the facilities. Change to the exemption from final site plan approval to preliminary site plan approval, and language establishing a process to manage applications for binding waivers of enforcement. Mayor, staff recommends approval of GPA-2-25-Y per the Planning Commission recommendation and adoption of the related resolution. Staff recommends approval of Z2TA-2-25-Y per the July 1st, 2025 memo from the Planning and Development Department Director and adoption of the related ordinance. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions before we get to public hearing?
Mayor?
Councilwoman Stark.
Mayor, thank you. Could you talk to us briefly about the waiver process? I believe that Prop 207 actually sets up a waiver process, and some of your recommendations are trying to address that process. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, yes, the proposed waiver process that is part of this ordinance adoption lays out information pursuant to Proposition 207 that requires the city take a potential waiver of claims for diminishment of value due to the enactment of a land use law that diminishes the value of someone's property. So the ordinance language sets out a process for someone to apply for that waiver process, and then for staff to evaluate those and process them, and ultimately bring them before the mayor and council for them to decide on whether or not we should grant a waiver of the new regulations as it will apply to that specific property.
Thank you. And Mayor, just one other question. I do understand the structure of Prop 207. I can recall fondly the Arizona Planning Association trying to fight this proposition to no avail. But having said that, they can, and I noticed in our staff report, you talk about the special permit process, but actually they could, I'm not sure what their argument would be, but they could argue tab 2 as well, right? I mean, landscaping, I don't think really diminishes the value of property, but if they wanted to pursue that, they could pursue it, correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Stark, Andrew McGuire, you are spot on. The Prop 207 establishes a process does not establish a process by which the waiver would be handled with through your ordinance. The ordinance sets the table for how the major pieces of this provision would be dealt with. We had not heard any provisions or any concerns about the provisions relating to landscaping and otherwise in order to include those. So your process is focused on the prime provisions of the ordinance.
Appreciate that. I have not either. I just thought we should clarify that. So thank you. I appreciate all the hard work staff has done on this. I know, Mayor, this is a passion for you, and I think we have before us something that we can really move forward on. But thank you, and thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez, followed by Councilman Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions really quick. Josh, in the presentation, because of the evolution of what the data centers have taken, it sounds like, I just want to confirm, this is the first step that the city has taken to make substantial changes to the amendments to address the evolution, for all intents and purposes, of data centers?
Mayor, Councilwoman Hernandez, yes, that's correct. As I stated in the presentation, data centers are not currently defined or addressed in the zoning ordinance in any way.
Okay, thank you. So because of that, they can pretty much have by right now and can pop up anywhere. Would that be correct?
Mayor, Councilwoman Hernandez, with the addition of this language, it would provide guidance on where they would be permitted, which districts they're allowed in, and what the standards they would need to develop under.
Okay, perfect, thank you. My next question, because it seems like these bigger data centers that that have a lot of energy and water usage are a newer thing that is happening across many states. I don't think it's an issue isolated to Phoenix, but because they're a newer thing, do you know if we have any research or data on what the long-term effects, the long-term environmental impacts are from these data centers into where they are being built?
Mayor, Councilwoman Hernandez, as you noted, there certainly is a variety of research and analysis that occurred across the United States as you've seen more investment in data centers, and we highlight some of those in the report. Given that they are in some ways a new phenomenon at the scale that you highlighted, it's one of the reasons why we are requiring a series of potential studies or analysis as part of the application process. So that as they continue to invest in Phoenix, that we have the necessary information to equip you, the community, with the right information to evaluate the request as it goes through the hearing process.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Councilman Robinson.
Mayor, thank you very much. And I think I need some clarification on the waiver process. As I read the memo, I'm trying to understand more completely, and the question may be for Josh or Mr. McGuire, or it could be for Julie Cree. I don't know just yet, or I guess you guys will determine who answers the question. But the waiver process, it's an administrative process. The ultimate decision is made by the council, correct?
Mayor, Councilman Robinson, you are correct. Ultimately, the waiver process, as staff has envisioned with this ordinance, would have staff process an application and then bring it forward to the mayor and council to make a decision on that particular waiver.
Which is the way we always do it. Staff does it, they run it by council, council says yes, no, maybe so, what have you, correct?
Mayor, Councilman Robinson, that's correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the way it's written. I'm almost reading it as though it has, the process kind of takes away from staff a little bit is almost what I'm reading. And if I'm reading it wrong, then I'm reading it wrong. But I would think that staff is going to have a better feel for what needs to be, submitted to council. I think when you include us, which is not a bad thing, I'm not saying, we shouldn't be included. I'm just trying to figure out, is that the most expedient way to, work through these issues and problems that we have?
Mayor and Councilman Robinson, probably what you are picking up on is that the Prop 207 statute has requirements and limitations around what the city can ask and require for that. And so it is a little more constrained in that process, but we do have information in there and are aware of generally what we would be trying to talk to applicants about to work on processing a waiver and being able to bring that forward to the council. And if the council wish to change the process in the future so they all didn't come to the mayor and council, that's something that could be looked at in the future down the road. But as currently envisioned, they would all go to the mayor and council for final decision.
No, and I get the final decision part. I don't have a problem with that. It just seems like we're included the council in that process that is normally worked through by, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, that is normally worked through by staff. I think Mr. McGuire wants to say something, so.
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Robinson, the Prop 207 doesn't necessarily have a process built into it. The statute, as you know, is enacted by initiative and is not does not have a prescribed set of steps that you would go through in order to evaluate a claim. Other municipalities who have addressed this issue have established their own process that is similar to, but not exactly the same as the way that the City of Phoenix process is set up. The idea is to have your staff provide you with a complete set of information to evaluate, but nothing about that will change the 90-day time frame in which it will need to be processed. The claims from submittal to time of decision will need to be within 90 days. So the staff's necessarily going to have to be a clearinghouse for you to get quickly through them and to you within the statutory time frame.
Okay, I still think it's cloudy, and my concern is being able to address these in an expedient manner. You know, that's when a waiver process is in place. You know, I trust Josh and Trish and their folks to review stuff and then get to us, because I think there's going to be a better understanding of the process, and that's where I want to make sure that's clear. Administratively, it's an administrative process. Keep it as that. Keep it at that, and keep it with the staff that they then can make a recommendation to us, because we do it in so many other departments. It just seems like we're, do we necessarily need to include that extra step? That's the way I read it. And if I'm wrong, like I said, I'm wrong, but it, you know, the looks I'm getting, I think I might be a little right. I don't know.
Mayor and council member, we of course would never tell you you're even a little bit wrong. What you are seeing, though, is basically the same kind of process that you just went through a moment ago, where your staff takes care of a lot of administrative pieces before they come to you for the final decision. Other communities have addressed this issue and have delegated the authority to grant these binding waivers to staff. And so, as Josh had mentioned, or as Alan mentioned, if the council's direction to the staff was to come back with an administrative process by which Prop 207 binding waivers could be issued by staff without coming back to council, we would need to do so in a way that would provide the staff with the guardrails necessary to avoid an improper delegation of that authority. So the process today is set up just like your zoning process, where the staff will do the administrative part, but that the ultimate decision is the council's. If the council wants to change that to have an administrative process, it's certainly possible. Some of your peer cities have done so, but it's not what this process is currently set up to do.
Okay. Mr. McGuire, thank you very much for not telling me I'm completely wrong. I do appreciate that. Mayor, thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for public hearing? All right, I will open the public hearing for those folks who are here on behalf of clients. Normally it's just one client, but there are many folks who have multiple clients in this. So if you would just maybe want to limit 5 of your clients, and if you have 10, you don't need to say all 10, but when you disclose who you represent, if you could do the first 5. All right, we'll begin with virtual comments, and we'll begin with Linda Abeg, followed by Chris Green.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Linda Abeg, and I've been an involved member of the Levine Village Planning Committee for 9 years. My fellow committee members and I have spent countless hours working for sustainable and responsible and diverse development in Levine. We voted unanimously and emphatically in Levine to support this text amendment because the language currently in ordinance, or lack thereof, does not allow for any involvement or oversight from the public process to ensure that we find responsible and sustainable ways to integrate data centers into our community. Over the years, we have been on the front lines working to ensure that our area of Phoenix is developed with balance and intention. We've worked to make sure it has enough housing for new residents, enough retail to support those residents, and beneficial infrastructure like parks and safe roadways. In all of this, one of our primary priorities has been employment for all the residents we are welcoming in our new developments. With the tireless efforts of CED and our council members and the mayor, we were able to zone hundreds of acres of lands to allow for an employment corridor and get SRP to agree to bring power lines to support industries that would allow residents to live and work in Levine. However, before we even had time to celebrate that, data center companies came in and bought almost all of that land. There was no public hearing, no input sought from the community, no respect for the responsible and sustainable planning going on in our area. The current lack of regulation regarding data centers has allowed a quick overturn of the intentional planning that has been done at all levels to ensure the long-term success of Levine and Phoenix. It's vital that this text amendment go through to set responsible guidelines for data centers and to allow city planners, officials, and residents to participate in the process. Because while we welcome all types of development in Levine, we need to ensure we find a responsible and sustainable way for data centers to join our community. So Levine emphatically supports this text amendment, and I ask that you would do the same and help our community to be a safe and sustainable place for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Chris Green is next, followed by Chris Murphy.
Okay, hello, I'm Chris Green. Can you guys just verify that you guys can hear me?
You're a little, I guess, yeah, we can hear you. If you could be a little bit louder, that would be wonderful.
Okay, no problem. I'm Chris Green. I'm an energy SME for the International Association of Firefighters. The IFF represents approximately 357,000 firefighters and emergency responders across the nation. I was pulled into the conversation because I've become a bit of an expert on not just on energy, but on data centers, because it is part of the energy spectrum. And while data centers are an important part of our future, there's no question about that they are needed. The guardrails that we have the opportunity to get up really is where they're placed, where they need to be. Councilmember Hernandez nailed this when she said currently they can go just anywhere they want to go. This is highly problematic. Now, these are not just big, large, cumbersome labyrinth boxes. These can be the size of a neighborhood. The power demand on these things is severe. The water demand on these things is severe. For the fire response and the emergency responders that come to these facilities, what they're going to find is a maze. They're going to find a security system that is unmatched by most anything I've ever seen in my career, and that's 30 years with Seattle Fire, which means accessing for emergency patients that need medical aid or a fire becomes completely problematic because they're hardened security and basically they're zero trust policies. And they need these because of the security responsibilities of these facilities. That said, the question becomes, well, do these things really have fires? Are they really that problematic for the fire departments? Well, Loudoun County, Virginia is home to some of the highest populace of these data centers. And what they saw during a 10-month period during 2024 was over 700 emergency responses to those data centers. Now, traditionally, the fire department responds to largely EMS alarms. For data centers, it is 3-to-1 fire responses rather than EMS. And I can tell you the chemicals that will burn off in a fire in a data center are absolutely severe, some of the worst you'll ever see. The dioxins that can pour off these facilities is not something that you can simply turn around and fix. The fire departments across the country are really ill prepared to deal with these facilities. So despite the fact that they are needed and they need to be built out, the question is,
could you speak also to the energy storage component, the on-site, if there's on-site like lithium battery backup?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor. Certainly. So traditionally, if you think about what a UPS room was, an uninterrupted power supply room, that was powered by lead acid batteries. Then they transitioned to nickel metal hydride. Today, as of the last 10 years, they're using lithium ion batteries in a variety of different chemistries. And so when those things have problems, those fires are extremely difficult to suppress, even with water. So if the pre-engineered system, which all of these data centers will employ, if that fails, the fire department is delayed at getting suppression where it needs to be because of the maze and the security. And on top of that, they're moving into a space that is oftentimes reflective of a deflagration hazard. That is an explosion. We have had fires at these facilities across the country. We've had these fires at these things across the globe. Once these things get beyond the initial phase of a fire, we don't have a lot of success getting the fire under control. And on top of that, we're working in a completely energized environment, meaning shutting the power off to these things for the safety of the fire crews that have to work inside is not easy. And that's something that I'm a bit of an expert at. I can tell you I would be severely challenged trying to control the power for a data center. And yet that would be the expectation to ensure the safety of the firefighters. So what I would say is that the guardrails for zoning is really good for your community living spaces. But the idea that these things are innocuous buildings that never have problems, that's completely false. Compounding that their problems are generally fire related, not EMS. When a fire gets outside of the box of a data center, you've got real problems with the kind of chemicals and dioxins that will pour on the community around you. This really is your opportunity to get up some guardrails on where these boxes go. Because again, the modern world says these things have to exist. They just simply do. But again, Councilmember Hernandez nailed it right now. You can put these things anywhere you want to put them, and that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Thanks so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to ask Chris a question from the fire safety concerns around the facilities that would have self-generating power. Specifically, like, do they use or produce methane gas into those neighborhoods?
So it's hard to say specifically, Councilmember Hernandez, as far as what sort of things might be off-gassing, because for the most part with lithium-ion batteries, you know, they're relatively inert until there's a problem. And then you're talking about hydrogen gas, which adds to the deflagration hazard. You're talking about hydrogen fluoride, which obviously is a bone-seeking gas, which that's pretty problematic. You're talking about explosive levels of carbon monoxide, all of that pouring out of the facility. Now, part of the problem, Councilmember Hernandez, is that ventilating these buildings is extremely problematic. How do you move all that smoke out of this massive facility? I can tell you Seattle Fire has something called a mobile ventilation unit, and that is to move gas and smoke outside of train tunnels and light rail tunnels. That's precisely what you would need to ventilate even a modest size data center. And remember, where's that smoke going? If that's in a neighborhood near a school, your downtown, basically your living community, that's where it's going. And these are some of the more toxic chemicals that we've had to face in really the last 10 years. And that does have to do with lithium ion. But again, you have to consider everything that's in there. Now, not to make it worse, but the future, because of these high energy demands for these data centers, that will outpace SRP and APS. They will outpace what they can provide. They're moving in what is called these. They're small modular reactors, and it is what it sounds like. You have a building that's basically about a small 3-story building, and it's nuclear, and it's meant to just provide power to those facilities. Now that is something that seemed like pie in the sky 5 years ago. I can tell you those things are being marketed right now to data centers. That's their target audience. And they can make the kind of energy on site that those data centers need to do the work that they do 24/7. Remember, from an energy demand standpoint, there is no downtime for a data center. It's peak demand. And one of the best places to get that, frankly, is small modular reactors. They're out there. They can be purchased right now. They're not in place right now, but make no mistake, once the box is built and the energy demands start to wane or they outpace what SRP can provide, they'll turn to this. That's a fact. And that's not the time to figure out that place is next to a school or a hospital or in your living community. So again, I praise Representative Hernandez for really getting to the crux of this. The zoning, this is your chance to get some guardrails of responsibility around these boxes, not to shut them down, not to stifle them, but we should at least have a say over where they're placed. This is your opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chris? Thank you for your testimony. And now we will go to our second, Chris, followed by Angie. So Christopher Murphy, followed by Angie DeHaro.
Just confirming you can hear me?
Perfectly.
Perfect. Good afternoon. I apologize I could not be there in person, but I am out of town. My name is Chris Murphy. I am a Phoenix resident. I am also a member of the Phoenix Fire Department and United Phoenix Firefighters Local 493 for the past 32 years. I'd like to share a story with you. As a young firefighter, I was dispatched to a fire in a commercial structure at roughly Indian School and 3rd Street. When we arrived, we encountered a massive structure with no windows, a single man-door entrance on the street, and no signs whatsoever on the building other than the numbers for the address. When we made access, it happened to be a US West telephone switching facility. That tells you how long ago it was. It was US West. It was full of smoke, pitch black, and the sprinklers inside were going off. The unfamiliar layout, miles of cables, and rows of equipment, as well as toxic smoke from the uncontrolled fire were extremely challenging, and it was deemed a hazardous materials call, which we were all exposed to. It started from overheating equipment. Today, data centers pose these same risks. We know they are power hungry and are serviced by complicated high voltage electrical lines which can fail. Large banks of lithium ion battery backups are also required. When these batteries generate more heat than they can dissipate, they catch fire, which produces cancer-causing smoke, exposing firefighters and the community. A fire in a data center can easily overwhelm built-in suppression systems, which would necessitate the fire department using tremendous amounts of water, which would create contaminated runoff. Data centers pose a risk to firefighters as well as the community at large. As firefighters, we are committed to keeping the community safe. We do this through fire code compliance and operational readiness. I also have a nightmare scenario for you. Data centers, when they are built, have an area set aside for additional power expansion. When APS or SRP are no longer able to provide the energy required, these facilities will bring in small-scale local nuclear reactors. Think of how residents will react when they hear that coming in, and that's if they are even made aware. The best way to fix an emergency is to avoid it happening in the first place. I think having a special permit process to assist the city with ensuring these facilities are following the current fire code and are safe to operate is a reasonable ask for everyone involved, and I support that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Angie is next. And Angie will be followed by Ginger Sykes-Torres. All right, then we will go to Ginger next, followed by Ben Graff. Oh, do we hear Ginger? I'm sorry. Do we hear Angie? That was not, okay, sorry. Please go ahead. Apologies.
Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Ginger Sykes-Torres. I am Vice President of Resiliency Programs at Local First Arizona. Local First Arizona is the largest business coalition in the United States, and we focus on driving inclusive community and economic development throughout Arizona. I am here to support the General Plan Amendment and City Code Ordinance related to data centers. These proposals will enable the city to make informed decisions that affect the health and safety of our communities, creating a pathway for thoughtful and sustainable growth and development. We are concerned about the increasing intensity of impacts that the unchecked expansion of data centers are having on our city and state economy and small business community. We are facing an affordability crisis, and we're in a perfect storm of national and local issues impacting our state's resiliency. Federal incentives for clean energy are being eliminated in Washington, while electricity demand in Arizona is surging and power companies are struggling to keep up. Data centers use a jaw-dropping amount of energy, which is expected to grow to 90% of APS's and SRP's prospective industrial demand, a demand that does not wane overnight. Fossil fuels are increasingly used to power these megacenters because there's not enough long-duration storage available to decarbonize effectively. This is a huge setback to our state's and our city's clean energy goals and jeopardizes the reliability of our electricity grid. Small businesses comprise 99% of all businesses in Arizona, employing 42% of our state's workforce. With exponential increases in data center energy demands, other businesses will likely end up waiting longer for power interconnection. Some predict up to 4 years wait time for smaller companies. At a recent GPEC meeting, APS expressed concerns about small businesses being able to access energy they need to survive. The proposed resolution and process will help ensure that we don't sacrifice the growth of other businesses and our overall economy to the untethered development of data centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ben is next, followed by Christy McCann.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ben Graff with the law firm of Quarles and Brady at 2 North Central Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. I am here today representing American Express, specifically in regard to their campus at 56th Street and Mayo. Originally, as we reviewed the proposed ordinance, there were certainly some concerns expressed by Amex, how this might inadvertently affect their campus and their operations. Amex has been a long-term partner with the city of Phoenix from its first travel agency in the 70s through its selection of Phoenix to build out its corporate campus in the early 2000s. They now employ over 3,000 individuals here in Phoenix and provide many other opportunities for contractors and jobs. I'm very happy to report that after working with the planning department, specifically with Mr. Bednarik, also the city manager's office through Alan Stevenson, and Christine McKay from Economic Development has just been fantastic to work with. As of the memo received last night, Amex no longer has any concerns regarding the language, and we certainly appreciate the new language that's in that memorandum again as of July 1st, 2025. I also would just like to note that the outreach and conversations that council and council staff have provided have allowed for this compromise, have allowed for this very important employer and partner in Phoenix to see a resolution today that certainly works for their concerns. Specifically, Mayor, thank you for your input, for your attention. And also, this does fall within Councilmember Jim Waring's district, and we appreciate his input and attention to this issue as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Christy is next, followed by Will Green.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Agenda items 107 and 108 create a procedure framework for design and location criteria for data centers. As an education professional, I understand the need for explicit process direction. It helps to drive expectations and outcomes. I do not believe the general plan amendment and ordinance strive to prevent data centers from being constructed. Rather, they provide the process. Clarity leads to predictable outcomes. To that end, I urge Mayor and Council to support items 107 and 108.
Thank you. Will is next, followed by Nick Wood.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Will Green. I'm the new Arizona rep for Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. SWEEP's mission is to advance energy efficiency within utility programs, building codes in our transportation system, in regulatory proceedings and lawmaking at the state and local level. We appreciate the council taking up the important issue of data centers and their impacts. SWEEP's March 2025 report entitled Data Centers, Power Needs, and Clean Energy Challenges highlights their large-scale power needs that Arizona's utilities will be hard-pressed to meet. Staff's excellent report showed the 15 gigawatts of interconnection requests just in APS's territory. To put that in context, last summer APS's entire system peaked at just over 8 gigawatts. Of course, they won't be able to meet that entire interconnection request, but it goes to show the scale of power needs. So we support the city's proposed 2,640-foot distance requirement for data centers from high-capacity transit. Energy efficiency in transportation calls for commingling transit investments, such as light rail and bus rapid transit, with adjoining complementary uses, such as compact, convenient housing, and employment and retail. And SWEEP is neutral in provisions unrelated to efficient use of energy and smart city design. Just thank you for your time and this conversation. I think we'll continue in other forums such as the Arizona Corporation Commission, and encourage the city's participation there if you're interested. And I'll just note There's been a number of comments on lithium-ion batteries. I do want to caution against battery storage being referred to as sort of a boogeyman in this. SWEEP does see battery storage, especially on-site battery storage, as part of the solution in terms of reducing grid peak impacts of data centers, and also limit the need for fossil generation on-site. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Nick is next, followed by Samantha DeMoss.
Mayor, members of the council, Nick Wood, Snell and Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street. I represent multiple data center companies, but specifically today a company called Menlo, a nationwide developer. As a zoning attorney, I'm a big supporter of this text amendment. It provides clarity, it provides definition, it provides development standards, design standards, use standards that I think are very important with respect to this area. With respect to Menlo, 2.5 years ago, we started work on a tech center that includes office and data storage. It's located in Ahwatukee, near 48th and Thistle Landing. Basically, we spent a year working with surrounding neighbors with everything from the standpoint of setbacks, building height, building orientation, location of substations, landscaping, a park with pickleball and everything else. After that year, it culminated in overwhelming support, no opposition. This council approved it 18 months ago. In that 18 months now, we've spent time with SRP working on reaching an agreement to provide power, which of course has been completed and has been signed. So now we have a binding agreement, and also working on preliminary site plan approval. And we have that today. So we're very supportive of the text. We're also very supportive of the grandfathering provision that's in the report that came out yesterday, and section 647A2KK4, which basically exempts our project, for example, from the provisions of this text amendment, as well as design standards, et cetera. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Pickleball in District 6, imagine that. Thank you. Samantha is next, followed by Vanya.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Samantha DeMoss. I'm with Rose Law Group, 7144 East Stetson. And we just want to thank you for the process with VPC and the council's and the planning staff's dedication, and especially for the inclusion of the grandfathering language under Prop 207 that was issued in the draft last night. We just want to thank you for including a process for waiver for those who have investment back expectations to protect, and one that is under the bounds of Prop 207 rather than traditional legislative discretion. But again, thank you, staff and everyone else, for their dedication to this process, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. Vanya is next, followed by Tom. Do we have Vanya? Okay. Tom is next, followed by Liliana.
Thank you. Here to speak on behalf of the Arizona chapter of 7x24 Exchange and our 60 members that support the data center industry here in town. I want to acknowledge the hard work by the staff, and it's been a whirlwind. I think it's still in flux. I know that we issued stuff yesterday, and so I think people are still digesting some things, and I think a few things are not resolved yet. I'm here to ask for a couple of weeks for people to digest it and clarify a few things. And if you will not allow that, if you're going to pass it today, to pass it, and I don't know the wording, but to pass it with a direction to staff to resolve the open issues, approved as noted in my world. A couple of those issues, still not clear on the need for a special use permit. You have an incredible process you've gone through with all the details, and if you meet all the details, it feels like restraint of trade that you then have to have a special use permit for that. This new comprehensive set of standards would exist. Specifically, in the last week, there's been changes made on the acoustics requirements, and I think that's been a good effort. but it says that there shall be a 45 decibels at night and 55 decibels during the day. And what if the existing conditions of the ambient is beyond that? So I think we need to continue to refine that, and I made some suggestions in the last week on that. Again, wanted to point out on the water usage, 15 years ago, we used air conditioning systems and didn't use a lot of water. 12 years ago, we did evaporative cooling and have used a lot of water. Since that time, we're no longer doing that in your jurisdiction or in other jurisdictions. It's back to a high efficiency air conditioning system. It's a closed loop. It's not using water. So appreciate your thoughts, and really think that, again, little details and the landscaping, you know, clarifying that it's at maturity, just a lot of words that need to get fixed from the last week of really hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Liliana is next, followed by Stephanie.
Hello, my name is Lily Vidales. As a concerned resident born and raised in South Phoenix, I urge decision makers to reconsider the rapid expansion of data centers across the Phoenix metro area. These facilities pose serious threats to our environment, infrastructure, and communities. I currently go to school in Memphis, Tennessee. Less than a year ago, Elon Musk built his XAI supercomputer data center in South Memphis, a predominantly Black community. This was brought to the city with false promises of economic growth and opportunities. However, it's only brought suffocating smog and pollution, worsening the environment for these already vulnerable communities, and no new jobs for community members. Memphis residents are angry and frustrated that they had no say about this center, as they are facing the health consequences. Arizona residents deserve better. I'd hate to see what's happening in my college town happen in my hometown. These facilities provide minimal public benefit. They require taxpayer-funded infrastructure like roads, utilities, and fire services, but produce few permanent jobs and offer little to no return to the community. We must protect our power grid, water, and Black and brown communities who face the most consequences of the corporations who take advantage of our environment. I am fundamentally opposed to data centers, even though they're here and you are offering restrictions. Data centers are not conducive to any of your sustainability goals or efforts. It forces your constituents to compete for energy and water. Please pause the spread of data centers in our desert communities who are negatively impacted by heat and water access, such as South and West Phoenix. Arizona's future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie is next, followed by Michael Duffy.
All right, I am Stephanie Hurd. I'm at 10207 South 47th Avenue in Levine. I want to say that everything that Linda Abeg said, she was on point, and I agree, I second everything she said. I'm also on the Levine Village Planning Committee that unanimously recommended to adopt the text amendment. There are currently a stunning number of data centers looking at Levine, and these data centers are trying to move fast. Since SRP announced the South Mountain Transmission Project, data center developers have been like vultures, trying to get our land. They want to ravage the area we desperately need for retail, restaurant, housing, and employment. We need a process to determine whether the land is appropriate for the data centers, and we need it now. We can't wait. Levine can't wait. Estrella can't wait. We need your help. Please vote in favor of the text amendment so they don't overtake places like Levine, and especially the town core we've been working so hard for with economic development, with city council, planning, streets. It's been a long process, and we've been working hard, and we're almost there. Please help us save that. You heard what the fire department speaker said about public safety. Levine already needs another fire department without taking data centers into consideration. There is a place for data centers, but not in our town cores. The data center developers are ready to act and grab all the land they can. We need them to be responsible. This text amendment was initiated for so many reasons. Thank you for doing so. You're saving us. Please give our village the chance it needs. Please approve and adopt the data center text amendment as is. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Michael is next.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
My name is Michael Duffy. I'm here representing Local 493 United Phoenix Firefighters. I'm a fire captain with the City of Phoenix. I've been on the fire department for 29 years. I'm in my 19th year as a captain. I'm currently assigned as a technical rescue and hazardous materials safety officer, meaning I respond primarily to those calls to keep our members safe. Today I'm here asking for help. I'm asking for help of the council and you, Mayor, that oversight for these battery storage centers are hugely important. Thermal runaway is a real thing. You'll see it on the news. Look it up. I don't have enough time to explain the subtle nuances of the nerdery of that, but it's a real thing. The product of combustion, the smoke, that is your hot zone. The chemicals involved in that are hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen fluoride, heavy metals such as cobalt and manganese, nickel, known carcinogens, things that you can't just wash off with a shower, things that don't just get washed away with water. They're in the dirt, they stay there. These facilities have already hurt firefighters in the city of Peoria. There was an explosion, a deflagration, if you will, that resulted in catastrophic injuries for those members. We would ask that with this oversight that hopefully we can get signage, we can make sure that we identify where these facilities are. And ultimately, when you think about where these go, understand that with the smoke being the hot zone, anything downwind of this thing when it's on fire, those people are being exposed along with your firefighters. So we're asking for the 1,865 members of the Phoenix Fire Department, please vote for this. Give us that chance of more oversight and protect your investment, a very precious investment, if I might say, of your 1,865 members of the Local 493 servicing the city of Phoenix.
Thank you so much. And would you be willing to take a question?
Of course.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony today. I'd actually like you to please explain thermal runaway.
So what happens in thermal runaway is lithium-ion batteries don't like heat, and when they get hot, they start to just create their own energy. And once they get into a point of thermal runaway, they'll actually catch fire. Our turnouts are rated at the protective ensemble that we wear to fight house fires or structure fires are rated at 17.5 seconds of what's called a flashover in a house. Flashover is at 1,000 degrees. These batteries, when they cook off, can get to temperatures of 3,600 degrees. So if you can see the difference or the problem that we are going to inherently get involved with, especially if we have to go inside of a structure. We're not talking about a Tesla car on the roadway. We're talking about an enclosed structure that is a maze, that the entire area is energized, and now we have batteries cooking off. And when one cooks off, the one next to it will start to cook off.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you also, Captain Duffy, for answering these questions for me. You kind of just like glossed over what you call the Peoria explosion. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Like what causation and what are some of the lessons learned from that?
So the lessons learned on that is that was actually a battery storage center. It was an APS battery storage center. And there's three things that you need for a fire. You need heat, you need oxygen, and you need fuel. So the suppression system in this box, if you will, took care of the oxygen. And when our Peoria firefighters opened the door, they gave this monster what it needed, which was air. It had the heat and it had the fuel, and it deflagrated. It exploded. It was a freight train coming out of the door. I wish I had the opportunity to show you some of the. Actually, have the captain at the time, named Hunter Clare, was actually on this call. Suffered catastrophic injuries. 2 firefighters were airlifted from the scene to Valley hospitals. But again, what was happening is it was a very small, it almost looked like a Connex box with these batteries. They went into runaway, they caught fire, they burned up all the oxygen because it was sealed up real tight. They used a suppression system that wasn't water but actually starves the fire of oxygen. When we opened the door, we introduced oxygen, and it exploded.
Thank you for your service, sir, and thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Wonderful. Very important testimony. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. One quick question. You mentioned something around the signage of where these data centers are. Can you expand a little bit on that?
What would be nice for us on the fireside, speaking purely not as any kind of expert, but just a guy who's been running calls for a while. the more information you can give us, as far as something we can put into CAD, when we get dispatched, we have an MCT or a computer in our truck that would allow us to know the address is tagged to one of these storage centers. Maybe signage there on the buildings that actually let us know what we're dealing with, but addresses that are tagged in our system so that we know on a tactical premise as we're responding that we're dealing with lithium-ion batteries or a storage center would be very, very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So relative to just what he was talking about, can we make sure that staff looks at how we make sure the fire CAD system denotes that, and maybe to the safety with Peoria, is there other information that we should be keeping in our system so that our men and women who are fighting our fires know what they're walking into when they get there? If staff could look into that as we move forward on this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it would be great to work with our firefighters about what information they would like and where. And then I think there was also a significant fire in the East Valley at a data center, so maybe just as much lessons learned so that maybe the permit process or the waiver can help us get the information we need to keep communities safe and firefighters safe. All right, I believe that is all of our speakers.
We'll make sure that happens.
Appreciate that, Deputy City Manager. We'll close the public hearing, and I'll turn to my colleagues for comments and a motion. Vice Mayor?
I move to approve per staff recommendation and for the July 1st, 2025 memo from the Planning, Development, and Director.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, just a quick point of clarification. You have two items before you. Item 107, which is the general plan amendment, which would be recommendation and adopt the related resolution, and then 108 is per the memo.
Let me back up to 107. I skipped ahead to 108. I think I might have been trying to get us out of the meeting sooner. I move to approve the item per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and second, and thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who testified. It was quite a long meeting, but a really important topic. The City of Phoenix is committed to innovation and being a technology leader. We've gotten international recognition for that. We also want to make sure we have best practices and that we put advanced technology in the right places. We're a diverse city. We're a large city. We have different geology, different communities. We have different levels of fire hazmat coverage, and we need to make sure that we do land use planning in an appropriate way that ensures we can deliver for all of our residents in a safe way. Appreciate everyone who participated in this process, including Alan, Josh, and Trish. I don't think this was the issue you would have chosen to work on, but we appreciate all of the time that you put into it. It really matters to the people of Phoenix. Thank you to our village planning commissioners and all the stakeholders who have participated. And I'll turn to Councilwoman Guardado. Or did you have a comment? Are you just ready to vote? Oh, everyone is ready to move.
Yes.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you. I know we're all getting ready to wrap up, but I just wanted to just kind of stress a couple of things. Specifically, for me, my villagers really guided this conversation. Our villagers voted to approve this, and the ones that did prove to deny it, they actually wanted more direction, which we have since incorporated into our proposal. I think we have, I want to say thank you again to Planning for the very detailed report that you outlined the safety concerns, because I think we need to stress to our development partners, this is not saying we don't want a ban, we want to ban data centers in our community. We want to just be more intentional about where they go and make sure that they are not providing a greater risk to the adjacent properties that are next to them. For me, one of the things that was very enlightening during this process is understanding when we throw out both SRP and APS talk about the number of gigawatts of power that is in the queue. Based on their letters, it's almost about 32 gigawatts in the queue. And when I learned what maybe I'm the one that's new to this, but a megawatt of power is equivalent to one super Walmart or between 400 to 700 single families homes. That is a significant amount of power that we have to make sure we're placing in the right spaces and not next to residential communities. Our firefighter, I think, did an excellent job of talking about some of the actual exposures and the concerns that we have. If there is a fire, the those chemicals or burn it in our community. Our firefighters, thankfully, we're able to provide them with the equipment to prevent them from inhaling whatever toxic carcinogens might be out there, but our community members don't have that as well. So we need to be mindful of that. I also wanted to just take a second to talk about, I really appreciate some of the outreach from the community that reached out about this. When this first came out, it was an issue that it was, no, don't do this. And I was grateful to see that we had some of the same opposition come here today and say that they now support it. They felt they were heard. So I also wanted to give kudos to staff for working through that. Data centers, as noted, are not what they were 10 years ago or even earlier. They have evolved in size, scale, and impact, and I think we as a city must respond to that. I really think that we are being more proactive. We are not waiting to see an issue like we've cited some of the speakers talked about, like in Memphis or in Northern Virginia. We are being more proactive. We have to ensure that we are good stewards of the resources our community needs, including our power grids, our fire safety. For me, the fire safety is a big one. Many parts of my district do not have a fire station, but we're working on that, right, Jeff? So we are ensuring that you're nodding your head, but it's a legitimate concern. I need to ensure that we are making sure that they have the right resources around here for that. We are protecting our firefighters as well as our first responders. And I just want to ensure that I think this is the right step. We are making progress. We are aligning them with the city priorities that we've already adopted, which is to protect our health, promote safety, and ensure that our land decisions are intentional and equitable. And as someone who represents community where access to healthcare, infrastructure, and economic opportunities can sometimes seem limited, we can't afford to not make good decisions and not serve our broader public service good in a balanced and equitable way. And I think we've done that with the waiver process. So I say all that to say that this has been a conversation we have been having for several months and weeks, really intense. I mean, one of my last meetings before I came into council today was about the data center. And I think to see the testimony and the speakers here today mean that we have done a good job. So I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone that was involved in this process in ensuring we move forward. And I am happy that we're at a position. I know we still have a couple things that would probably need to be finalized as we move forward regarding our waiver process, but I think we're in good space. So thank you, staff, and thank you for everyone.
Thank you. And I think this process will continue. The technology is evolving quickly. Just in the time we've been working on this, there have been now new energy storage technologies that have been commercialized. So we keep learning more, and the industry keeps changing. We've seen a seismic change. When the city first welcomed data centers, data centers mostly stored information. Now they're doing computing, bigger calculations. They're getting hotter. The energy use is getting more intense. Will Green's testimony was very powerful. We'd have to build not one new SRP, but 2 new SRPs just for if we were going to say yes to the connection request they've received. Same for APS. This is arguably the biggest change in economic development I've seen in my decade at the city. This is a very significant industry, and we're pleased to be working and developing good public policy to make sure that we can welcome high tech in a way that makes sense for Phoenix and is safe. Any other comments? All right, the motion on the table is for item 107, which is the general planned amendment. Roll call.
Guardado? Yes. Hernandez?
Yes.
Hodge Washington?
Yes.
Pastor?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Stark?
Yes.
Waring?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 108 is the ordinance adoption. Vice Mayor.
I move to approve the item per the July 1st, 2025 memo from the Planning Department Director and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. First, I really wish I would have paid more attention in chemistry class. It would have come in really handy on this topic. And the more I learn about data centers, the more complex the issues really get, and actually make me less of a fan of data centers. The list of concerns far outweigh the benefits that they bring to the communities that they're placed in. And one of the biggest concerns is the health and environmental impacts that they have on those communities, along with the fire concerns that we heard from some of our firefighters. I represent communities in District 7 that have seen adverse effects of environmental impacts that have resulted in shorter lifespans in South and West Phoenix of about 14 years from other parts of the city. District 7 also has the highest amount of food deserts, and the development of these data centers are taking up land that I believe would be better suited to provide more housing, more healthcare access, access to healthy food, or more permanent job employers. These are centers that also use an extreme amount of energy and water that also contribute to our heat island effect. So I am very supportive of the guardrails in this text amendment to ensure that the development of these data centers have those guardrails in place that will protect all of our communities, especially considering how many potential sites exist in District 7. So I vote yes on the text amendment change or adoption.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
thank you. Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
O'Brien.
May I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to shout out a huge thank you to the mayor and my colleagues and all of city staff, as well as our outside counsel, for all the hard work, as well as our stakeholders who have been there every step of the way to ensure that we put together the best policy that would marry both the openness that we have in Phoenix for businesses with the safety for our communities. It is important that we say that we are still open for business and we want folks to come here, but we also need to marry that with the safety and health concerns of our community members, our visitors, and our other businesses. And because I think this does that, I am happy to support this amendment. I vote aye.
Gallego,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. That is our final agendized item. I'll turn to our city attorney to introduce public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. During citizen comment, members of the public may address the City Council for up to 3 minutes on issues of interest or concern to them. The citizen comment session is limited to 30 minutes. The Arizona Open Meeting Law permits the City Council to listen to the comments but prohibits council members from discussing or acting on the matters presented.
Thank you. We'll begin with Sal Reza, followed by Julia Taggart.
Thank you. My name is Salvador Reza, 3341 East Cambridge Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona, 85008. The reason I'm coming today is because, as you have seen on the news, LA is under occupation and attack. We're not that far from it. This is going to go nationwide. And my worry is that over there in LA, there's bounty hunters. They're not even ICE agents that are attacking our community, kidnapping our community. Many of them, even U.S. citizens, they don't respect. And one of the things is that they're not even trained. Some of the cities over there in LA are beginning to put guardrails where the community is calling the police whenever they believe there's a kidnapping going on by bounty hunters. And many times when they hear that, you can see them in the videos, they just leave. I don't know what are the protocols from the Phoenix police to deal with that, but it's coming this way. It's coming for sure. Just this morning, I came here and I signed up to speak right now, and then I was called because there was some what they believe were ICE agents. I cannot confirm that because I wasn't there. In the area of Walmart on 36th and Thomas, which to me, if it's true, they're probably scoping for future raids around the Home Depots here. And as you know, Home Depot is in big trouble right now in LA because they have refused to to deny entrance into their parking lots to ICE agents and to bounty hunters, unlike the Dodgers that they actually told them to leave. Now, I've talked to the Home Depot person in charge of government affairs, and he basically told me that they could not do anything about it, flat out, and they were not involved. Yet, you can see ICE agents chasing customers inside of Home Depot in the videos that are coming out of LA. So that's something that's coming down, and I basically would like for the city of Phoenix to start seriously thinking what's going to happen, because it's coming our way, whether we want to or not. The occupation is already happening, and there is a war against our communities, not only in LA, but throughout the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julia is next, followed by Stacy.
Hi, no, thank you for letting me speak. Today is my birthday, so I can't be down there with you guys. But I wanted to speak about a couple of things. For the past 2-3 years, I've gone to the Parks Board meetings, and I've asked for the North Mountain Visitor Center exhibits to be updated or renovated a little bit. That visitor center is run by the Save Our Mountains Foundation. It's all volunteer-based. They volunteered over $150,000 worth of their time last year. And the exhibits are over 25 years old, and a lot of them have faded from the sun. You can't read them anymore. Multiple people have come in that don't understand what they say. So I would love for, the city council to consider looking at that visitor center to get updated, because the South Mountain one was updated, and, they deserve the update, but also North Mountain deserves the update as well. The Charles Christensen Trail plaque was stolen, and it's been missing for 7 years. I sent the Parks Department a photo of what the plaque looked like. I think it would be great to get that replaced this year, since it's been missing for 7 years. I also noticed that for all 180 parks and the different trails, there's no history online for why they were named what they were named. I think that would be great for the city to work on that, especially since many people are forgetting who used to be a part of the city, like Charles Christensen, Penny Howe, Dottie Gilbert, Maxine Lakin, those sort of people, and having different communities work to say why the parks were named after the people they were named after. I've also sent in requests for the mayor's office for proclamations for a couple of upcoming events. The Save Our Mountains Foundation that runs the visitor center is doing a fundraising festival October 13th, 14th, and 15th this year, and I sent the agenda to you guys, as well as Hanson Mortuary is going to do a 75th celebration on October 25th to celebrate 75 years in business and also gain historic status. And the 25th of October and 26th is the Sunny Slope Studio Tour. It would be great to have you guys come out and see, what Sunny Slope has to offer and our rich history. We're trying our best to preserve it and keep everything positive and, these very trying times. So I would really like you guys to consider those things, because our history we're losing very fast. There are many people who were a part of the city for decades that we're losing, that I would love for them to be honored and remembered while they're still alive and while their families and descendants are still here. So thank you. I know this was a long meeting, and I appreciate you listening to public comments.
Thanks for sticking with us this long on your birthday. Happy birthday. Stacy Champion is next, and is Ann Anders still with us? Ann, if you could wave. Okay, and then Stacy is followed as John. Yeah, John is still here. John is after Stacy.
Thanks. I was going to talk about some other things, including my incomplete 2-year-old public records request, but want to instead share something that happened this morning while I was waiting, given the fact that we have to come an hour before the meeting starts to sign up, and I had a meeting that I couldn't get out of, so I was on the phone for that hour, and at this building right behind us right here, in plain view of everyone, there was a gentleman who was laying down, motionless, basically. I saw a lot of people just walking past him, and muted my call, went over, first of all made sure he was alive, asked him if he needed medical attention. He said, I really could use some water. Came, got a bottle of water from one of the officers, went back over, talked about the cooling centers. What you need to understand is a lot of people don't have phones. And so there was a woman who had come out, I believe she works maybe for the city, I think that's a city building. But she said, what can I do to help? And I said, I'm on this meeting right now, but if you call 211, we could get him, I think, transport to the cooling center. So while I was literally with my AirPods on, having a meeting, while also tending to this man, she did that. And then while I was finishing the meeting, we helped walk him over to get into an Uber. I helped get his seatbelt on to take him to a cooling center. As of the 28th of June, we have 165 heat deaths under investigation and 5 confirmed. To come here and hear about the fact that the airport workers are still having issues, all of these different things, but to go through that on my way in here, we are not going to solve any of these problems unless we actually not just start seeing people, but start acting when we see people. I'm just one person, right? But the number of people I watched, including a ton of staff, walk past this motionless man who is older is not okay. And I think we need to start with having more empathy. And we're gonna keep seeing record-breaking deaths. I know y'all took your victory lap last year. I believe it's completely unwarranted. But my God, like if you're collectively willing to kind of step over people, right, without helping people, what does that say about us as a city? Thank you.
John is next, followed by Christian.
Good afternoon. I'm John Forsyth. I come here to talk about civil rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but it's going to take a pause today. I've been sitting through this whole meeting, and it's been a long meeting, and I've noticed that every single council member has been on their phones, not paying attention to public speakers. People come here this is the chamber of the people. We come here to tell our government our opinion. Whether you like our opinion or not, doesn't matter. Jefferson didn't care. We're on the eve of our country's birthday. And I watch public speakers, I watched every single council member here with their faces down, while people, citizens, were addressing their government. Seems like you don't care. I'm offended. Everyone here today should be offended. I'm gonna leave it with this. Thomas Jefferson in 1776 was 33 years old. Thomas Jefferson is a genius. He crafted the Declaration of Independence and 80% of our Constitution. I want to read you something, and I want you guys to take this to heart. Jefferson said, "I'm not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions, i.e. government, must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered in manners and opinions change. With the changes of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times." And I'm going to tell you, every time I come here and I talk about civil rights, City of Phoenix is not advancing with the people. The people want change. People are asking for change. We had an individual here talk about the ICE raids. I'm a Republican. I don't like them. Our government isn't listening. And when you're with Ms. Gallego, you're checking your phone right now. Thanks for the respect. That's amazing.
Thank you. I received a message about 2 people who had left. It was absolutely related to my job. Christian is next, followed by Ismail. Ismail is next. He is followed by Nicole.
All right. I have one more before we go on summer break, okay?
Per Chapter 4, Section 22 of the Phoenix City Charter, I, Ismael G. Morales, am presenting a citizen petition regarding the return of partial late-night bus service in the City of Phoenix bus routes. Whereas on a policy session on April 23, 2020, on a vote of 9-0, Phoenix City Council adopted a staff report from the Public Transit Department to curtail bus service past 11 p.m. in the City of Phoenix, citing reduced ridership during the COVID-19 emergency. Whereas ridership has grown from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24 in the City of Phoenix, coming from Valley Metro numbers, there has been a 5.5% increase. To start, one can justify late night service on key routes, such as routes 3, 7, 8, 10, 16, 17, 17, 19, 27, 29, 35, 41, and 50, just to cite a few. The light rail can have some late night service, but it already has some late night service already implemented in it. Whereas currently the service ends at 11 p.m. for the entire city, Monday through Sunday. Whereas the service before 2020, service will end at 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Whereas we are now the 5th largest city in the United States, thus a return of partial late night service can enhance nightlife opportunities to enjoy our downtown and other cultural areas of the city. This can come with benefits that work with late nights as well in those days. Whereas there have been numerous studies that have shown that having late night public transit services can reduce drunk driving accidents or incidences of DUI violations. Therefore, I petition to this Phoenix City Council to do the following. Number 1, have the Public Transit Department draft a report on whether late night public transit can return on certain routes on Friday and Saturday nights, including budget impacts and conversations with bargaining units that can be affected. Number 2, hold public hearings regarding return of late night public transit services in the City of Phoenix as how the City Council sees fit. And number 3, draft an ordinance or report on returning partial late night services on Fridays and Saturdays on routes that the Public Transit Department or City Council sees fit. I do look forward to this petition being heard for the next City Council meeting or whenever it's heard, because I know you guys are on summer break. I submitted a copy to the City Clerk and to all the offices. Thank you very much.
Nicole is next, followed by Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your citizen petition. I actually am here to also talk about something very similar, no citizen petition, about the Citizen Transportation Commission. Recently, I've learned that they don't post public meeting minutes until yesterday for the whole time that they've been as a commission meeting. And in that, I've been able to learn more recently that this commission decides on bus routes and pulling back bus routes on the times and frequency. I'm pretty disappointed in the commission overall. It was very quiet, and this is a commission that oversees and advises you all on billions of dollars of taxpayer dollars for transportation infrastructure. In this process, too, 15% of the T2050 funds, of streets T2050 funds. The streets department gets their own allocation from our taxpayer dollars to put towards our infrastructure for streets. 15% of that is supposed to go towards equity mobility program, 15% every year. But today we voted for automated enforcement to where that's primarily going to go in these areas where we're supposed to have put in equity mobility infrastructure at least 5 years ago, if not a decade ago, or even before that. It should have just always been there, right? But we're at here today. Streets Department funded a study to where it said exactly in these 12 equity mobility areas what to implement. And that was completed in 2019. Still nothing has been implemented, except we're going to put automated enforcement in there and profit off those folks. But sadly, the city then decided to do another study just last year on these 12 equity mobility areas. Why? I mean, really, this is getting ridiculous. There must be some kind of connection with consultants here to help them, profit from these incessant studies. But we will not put a lot of money into studying automated enforcement. We will not do a pervasive public outreach on automated enforcement. And when we have automated enforcement, the equity issue is, for instance, when a $100 ticket, it's going to affect someone very different who lives off minimum wage salary than someone who makes at least 100K. We know that. So there's going to be some people, it's going to be easy for them just to pocket that ticket and move on and continue speeding. One thing I do ask is please support next year, hopefully the Republican who brought this up to the House this past session for speed inhibitors. I'd love to see the city of Phoenix, with the millions that we spend on lobbyists, show up and support speed inhibitors for people who are incessant speeders in our state. Because that's going to really help push us across the line for making sure our streets are safer and more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. I received a message that Tim has left, so Jerry will be our last speaker. Jerry, the floor is yours. I think, unless Tim is here. Okay.
Thank you. Jerry Van Gass, longtime public watchdog for our mountain preserve and park system. 3 months ago to this date, an illegal, unannounced, unauthorized 144-foot footbridge commenced construction within the Phoenix Mountain Preserve system at Piestewa Peak. To do any construction in the preserve, it has to go through the city council. It never did. It's in your own city charter. You know, even more disturbing is our parks director. Her justification for it was the subject of a May 27th article in the Arizona Republic, justifying it. Park officials, however, are pointing to a 2016 management plan for the Phoenix Mountain Preserve. Since 2019, the department has completed the phased improvements to Mesquite, Brittle Bush, Cholla, and Saguaro areas. The Piestewa roadway and pedestrian bridge, the footbridge, at the Ocotillo Ramado is the final phase. Quote, they say, which is us, they say things like, this is a mystery project or a secret. In no way did we try to hide this. Well, prior to that, Ernest Martinez, a good friend who's also an uncle to Lori Piestewa, got an email from Cynthia Aguilar stating all of the improvements that have taken place, with the exception of the pedestrian bridge, were part of the approved master plan, with the exception. So we've got a self-confessed liar as a parks director. Your own handbook, the city code, has a section on ethics. Let me read that to you. It's the policy of the city of Phoenix to uphold, promote, and demand the highest standard of ethics from all of its elected officials, employees, board members, and volunteers. Accordingly, all city elected officials and volunteers must maintain the utmost standard of personal integrity, truthfulness, honesty in carrying out their public duties. That's not happening, folks. We need a new parks director.
That is our final speaker on public comment. Have a happy 4th of July. We are adjourned.
There he is.